It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable?
Understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any
Well, 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 well. What do we have here? This is the Saturday cookup. And guess what? I've already been cooking. I've got new glasses, as you can see. A little bit harder to see my eyebrow raises. But you can kind of see my whole setup if you look carefully. You know, there's my screen right there. There's all the beats. There's the corner. You can look in my. You can see my laptop. You see my keyboard there? That's my keyboard. How about that? Got 0 viewers, just the way I like it. But like I said, I've already been cooking. We've already been cooking this morning. Woke up early. Had that spark in my eye. Had that fire in my belly. And I think right now, one thing that's actually going on is Christian Baxter might be on with chamomile tea. I think his name might be Jacob. One of the smart fellows. Yeah. Here it is. They're live. I don't know if this is a premiere or if this is it says live. So that means we should screen swipe them. Why can't I hear it? Why can't I? Oh, because it's your project and you have any plans to change it going forward?
Yeah, the first year, I feel good about it. I feel like, just even to this little corner culture stuff, I felt my goal was to be a part of this culture. It was not to.
Let's see what they got cooking.
And what that meant was like, what are the things? So it's like, okay, here's the randos. Oh,
Actually, let's pause that. I'm going to show you guys what I've been cooking first, because it's a song from Chad. It's a new song he wrote called the Midwestern Metagelical, something like that. But he sent me the lyrics, so I snagged a few of them and just made a little quick ditty this morning. So here's that. So tell me what you think. We need some of that snow branding, that ski branding. This is just Chad's lyrics. It's all Chad. nice little groove. It's kind of nice, right? Almost makes you want to freestyle. Freestyling, wilding. Hey, Neil's here. I guess I could put you in, Neil. I guess I could send out the link. Send out the link. Send it out. There you go. There you go. And with that, let's well, see, the thing is I need to bounce this for Chad. But you guys got the scoop, you know? You guys got the scoop. And then we'll have to make something in the spirit of, in the spirit of the show. I'll have to make something totally fresh, totally new, while we're doing it. And it might be fun to go ahead and stream snipe old Jacob and old Seabacks while they're doing their thing. See if we can't stumble upon some serendipities. All right. Gotta name it Midwest Metagelical. Metagetical? Metagelical. What would the jetic come from? Would it be... There's evangelical. Because you have the evangel. The good news. Metagetical. What is jetical? What in tarnations is jetical? Oh, seems like we've got Mr. Daedalus we can add to the stage. Let's see if I can get my buttons right.
Pushing up my buttons, babe. Uh-huh.
My
Have you seen
computer's
the
being
musical
slow.
Cats?
There we are.
Oh. Oh.
I can hear
Can you
you
hear
and
me?
see you now.
Can you hear me? Cool.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah,
Cool.
I can
Cool.
hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Good.
Have you seen the musical Cats? Have you?
Yeah. Well, not in a long time, but I know the jellicle cat thing.
Yeah, I was thinking, because the musical is about the bringing together of all these classical archetypal characters in the heavenly banquet, so to speak, as the old, decayed, dying character rises to the next emanation or whatever. It's a rebirth. It's like it's a rebirth eulogy or requiem. That's the right. It's kind of a celebration of all the patterns of modernism. It's like the last modern musical.
Whoa. Do you think modernism is on its 9th life? Also,
Well,
if anybody out there is wondering how Neil stays so thin, it's because, he's walking right now in the rain, the fog, the snow. He goes on daily walks. If anybody ever wanted to know how Neil stays so thin, slim, and fit, well, this is how right now. You're witnessing it.
Oh, the males must go through. The males must go through. No matter if it rains or snows, the males must go through.
I've often thought that being a mailman would probably be a delightful job. If you, because I like a walk. I like a good walk. And I'm built like a dwarf, so I can, carry weight at long distances, So I feel like I could do it, Give me a satchel.
I feel like maybe the Amazon package delivers get more walking than the mailmen and women, because they just pull up and drop off into their into the mailboxes typically.
We have some neighborhoods in Asheville where the mailman still walks the whole route.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I would want to do.
No, I think a factor that's going to kill me in the end. I mean, we all die in the end, but I think one thing that'll probably cut my life a little bit shorter than it otherwise would be is my lack of physicality in my day-to-day job. Yeah. So.
Yeah, maybe. But then, there's those monks that live until they're like 103, and they don't move at all. So how you figure,
Holiness versus me.
No, dude. It said your days are numbered like the hairs on your head. Hevel, chasing after the wind,
Oh, woe is me. My life is a mystery. Why? I can't get that high. Can't you see? That's Rocky Horror. Have you actually been to a showing of Rocky Horror ever?
Yes. Yeah,
Ah.
actually, my wife was in one time. So, yeah.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened to me the first time in college. Two ladies took us down to New Orleans. Or not New Orleans, New York.
New Orleans.
I'm sure it was in the Village. I'm sure.
In the Village. I wonder if New York, I haven't been to New York in a long time. Like, I haven't been to New York City post-COVID. So it's probably a completely different vibe, completely different feel. But some of the best memories of my life were in New York City. I love that place.
Yeah, it's got an attitude. It's got, I don't know. It's interesting how I don't think it's changed all that much, but at the same time, it has changed immensely for me.
It has changed for you?
Yeah, it's changed in my perception of the place.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, in which direction? I guess I'm assuming it's gotten worse for you. It's not as fun. The
No,
desires of the flesh are no longer the driving force of your love. So as they fade away, so does your love.
Well, it's kind
Something
of
like
how, inevitably people are pulled to places and other people that they feel called to or pulled to, but they don't know why they feel called to or pulled to. And, I think most people end up in New York. They end up there because they're playing the classic, like, best of the best of the best game.
If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. But it's mostly a meat grinder in terms of the beast takes what it wants and gets what it gets.
Yeah, it's a meat grinder. That's why Alan loves it there.
That's why he's seriously debating staying. Yeah.
Yeah. Franklin, Tennessee, where everybody's exactly like him, just heaven on earth, or the meat grinder, where all of his dreams prove ungraspable.
I mean a meat grinder in terms of, it's like America.
Like a machine that grinds meat.
Yes. Yeah. In terms of, you as a person is about the furthest thing from everybody's mind. So, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of liked that when I was in New York City, though. I think maybe it's because when I went there, I was still very much. I had a lumbar number explosion due to just being a social and friendly guy in the same city for 10 years, and so to go to a place where I was just like that, nobody paid attention to me. There was nobody there that I could go to anywhere and I wouldn't recognize anybody, and nobody would recognize me, and nobody would care. And so I just didn't have that kind of outsized pressure to perform or to be the McMo that everybody wanted to know. So, yeah, I liked it for those reasons. And it's probably similar to that now, but I don't have the lumbar number explosion anymore. Other than these hallowed halls. Welcome to the stage, Michael Sartori. And since we've got three, I feel obligated to now take off the VNA bubble because it is obvious that we are virtually not alone. We can hear you, Michael. Can you hear me? Do you hear me? Michael Sartori.
Michael, row your stream ashore.
Michael, do you hear me?
I can't hear anything. That's not your problem. something I'll have to fix.
Michael, do you hear us? We'd like to talk and play. We can hear you fine, but it's obvious that you can't hear mine, so please go away.
No, please stay, because for the first time just today, Michael has joined the stream for the first time in 12 hours. Michael is seen.
Oh.
I'm sorry, we should.
I'm going to put something in the private
mean-
chat.
I didn't realize this computer has a mute.
Oh, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. There was nothing. I knew it was something
Hey!
wrong with me and not with you because I was just listening on my phone at work.
Did you get any of the show tunes?
I heard something.
Uh-oh. Matt C. tearing apart Disney animation yesterday. Where was this happening? Was this on the platform known as X? Fleeby Weeby?
Probably. He seems to be on there quite a bit.
Yeah, Phoebus has got a big issue with internet addiction. It's something that I've been meaning to talk to him about. It seems that the boy
What?
just cannot look away.
Well, I meant Matt C. He's
Oh, yeah, him too, actually.
he's a big poster.
Well, what's on your mind, Michael? Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, I don't have a lot on my mind. I've been putting out more stuff, trying to get those numbers up. Playing the status hierarchy game.
That's right.
Actually, it's really funny. So I don't know. It's just weird how this stuff works because so I made a video the other day and I copied a little thing that Damian Walter from the Science Fiction Podcast had shared on Facebook, and I don't think he didn't. I don't think he shared my video or anything like that, but he commented on it or whatever. And just when that happened, the views tripled overnight or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's if you're one of these powerful people, just you sitting around on your phone looking at stuff and commenting is rearranging the fabric of the universe. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah, you're a shepherd of attention.
Yeah.
That's
It's almost like influencer is a real thing.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be the TLC's hottest new influencer. And people will see the wakes. You could look at the Ingram thing for Google and see just Christian absurdity. Boop, 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 boop. Up and up and up.
I got a random topic.
Well, let us hear it.
Where do you think the left goes from here? What's the as I see it, the right is firmly stuck in sort of pragmatic. We're gonna make everything efficient all the way down or all the way up, and it's very it's very much about efficiency and pragmatism, and I don't see a new narrative yet coming from the left, and I wish it was something like mysticism or enchantment. I know we don't like that word here, but something instead of because I think the universal myth of the left of the last probably 10 to 20 years, maybe before that, is something like flattening, everyone is equally distant from God at the banquet table, something like that. But is that the permanent mythos, or is there something that's more like Grail country? You know what I mean? I would way prefer a Grail country. I don't know though. Something about that going mainstream, the mystical. It's that would be rather strange. We haven't really lived in that time. Although the 60s, I don't know, the 60s were kind of enchanted in that way due to psychedelics. So could we pick up, could the psychedelic train be the new thing? Yeah.
So to answer your original question, where does the left go from here? I think it behooves one to pause and ask, what do you mean by the left? Do you mean everybody left of you? Or everybody left of the median? Where's the median? It seems like the election showed that there was a majority of people who were at least willing to, pull the lever for the quote unquote right, because of essentially, and I hate to put it this way, but a black woman in a position that she was unqualified for and didn't earn. And so I would hope that that would kind of, this is really what I hope, is that the left and the right could actually team up and kind of, if we got rid of 50% of the corruption in our institutions, which even that maybe that's too much. If it was 10%, if we got rid of 10% of the corruption, the left and the right coming together, and the internet being used to kind of suss out things that are obviously wrong. Things like Congress people becoming millionaires and off of stock trading that is suspiciously better than the smartest traders in the world, almost as if they had special knowledge as to what things might happen. Something as simple as that could be very helpful. I think that I saw something this morning, like somebody in Hollywood talking about how he knows a lot of people who were with RFK, and when RFK kind of got swooped under the wing of the Golden Dawn, they were willing to follow him there. And it's not like they wanted to talk about it out in public, but they were willing to follow RFK into the eagle's nest. And so I think a lot depends on how and what kind of things happen in this political season we've got coming up. I am somewhat worried that the agencies are already at work to make havoc and headaches for anything substantial getting done. I still see things that would make one wonder if there are entire wings of the federal government just devoted to making sure we stay at war in the Middle East. I'm not necessarily like optimistic or pessimistic, but where does the left go from here? I think it would be very helpful for them to be some good opponent processing for the incoming triumvirate.
Well, yeah, I think it's it's interesting because as I have heard the problem being phrased, the left has, and part of why things changed is that there was a house divided between like liberals and leftists or whatever, or essentially, there was too many things trying to be, like what you would call like normal Democrats versus like extreme communist types or whatever. That was too fractious of a thing to hold, but they've been the unified power. That's the urban monoculture. They had the mainstream media, they had Hollywood, they had all the levers of influence in the realms of like myth making and story making. Like, 'cause that's the thing. All of our myths were, for the past, like, since World War II, basically, have been funneling a particular vision. And the interesting thing, and this is, I think, probably even really the more important question to be answered, is what is the thing that unites the people on the right or whatever? Because it is a fractious. It was. This is a problem. So because if you think about like the thing that united all those lefts was, let's not have World War II again, and that was the thing. Like, so it was the common enemy thing, and in a certain way, that's sort of what united the right. But there is no like singular forward vision, because you have like the tech bros in there, and you have like conservative Christians, and you have just like business people, and you have the more like MAGA people that are all about the conservative politics stuff, but not necessarily religion. So it's the real question more is like, what is going to be the new mythos that unites the right together, which I think is sort of what will could emerge out of this like metagelical discussion, I think, because because I think there's some fairly basic things that are good that people have been getting trashed, like just normal family values and stuff like that. And I think so I think that there's a coherent vision that can coalesce on the right. I mean, I think the left is supposed to keep those things in balance. Like, because the problem was we got things flipped, because it used to be like, the normal family is the norm, and most people are that. But then the other person would be like, hey, let's make room at the table for your uncle who's remained suspiciously unmarried for the last 5 decades or whatever. And like, that was the thing. But once we made it all about protecting the unique rights of the people on the fringe, it was really tough for the normies, like, because they were the ones being punished for everything. So
Yeah, I think punish. It's hard to find the exact right words, because this is where the woke right comes from, right? Is that kind of that idea of like, oh, now I'm the victim because, so now I deserve the victim status, and I'm going to be the victim, so I need to be compensated. I'm the one who now needs reparations for being a straight white male. It's so hard out here for a G, So it's like, it is kind of that. It makes me think of that part of the Bible where the children of Israel are like, we need a king, we need a king, we need a king. We want a king, we want a king. And like, growing up how I grew up, with the Left Behind, certainly a part of the imaginary, we'll say, that kind of stuff has always kind of made me put an eyebrow up, just because I'm like, oh, that would be the perfect avenue for the Antichrist, capital A, and but I do think at the same time there is cause for concern of like the deep state and like the UN and stuff. And now, my stream's definitely going to get taken down. But but that, to me, it's almost like philosophically, like, you kind of can't avoid that. Like, you either get the kind of chaos of like a democracy, or you get like dictatorship. And then it seems like a republic is always kind of just like flirting with both ends of the spectrum at all times, so that like everybody feels like we're always on the, like, all the anarchists think that we're on the verge of just complete totalitarian tyranny, and all of the like more government is good type people are like, it's chaos out there, they're cursing on the internet and the gays are walking among us, and so there's a weird thing in which like both sides seem to be operating in a like reactionary way away from the kind of dystopia that I guess, like, to pick and choose point, like, there is a sense in which like we can all collaborate on the idea that we all kind of have an idea that the dystopian future is like a few moves away,
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, can we work together just trying to avoid that, regardless of our opinions on which dystopia we are closer to? Can we just agree that we're basically on the brink of both of them? We're on a knife's edge, and we need our best minds and the we need good, honest people at the helm. But woe unto us, because where will we find them?
Is that the danger really is only there when one side gets the vast majority of power. And this went for the Patriot Act, this went for the invasion of Iraq in the 2000s, because there wasn't that counterbalancing force. And this is why I'm actually very interested in the left right now. Is like, I do not want a runaway right the same way I don't want a runaway left. If either side of those gets out of whack, that you get the Weimar Republic or whatever, and then you get people who are, willing to go all in on a particular problem or issue, and that's when the crazy stuff happens. So it's really essential that whatever side seems to have the upper hand, that countermeasures are developed in order to maintain that balance and equilibrium. So that most people can just live out their lives,
Yeah,
I'm a protector of, let's say, classical liberal values. In my heart, in many ways, I'm still a new atheist without being a new atheist. It's I love, well, it's what I talked to Tayo about. I do value the West. I really do.
Well, I do feel like not. I mean, so I definitely share your concerns, and like I was very worried about like the more. I probably would have been more worried about like what would have happened if they had said Kamala won, like what would happen with the woke right or whatever, in these kind of the extreme right thing. But I think that it's strange just speaking to these avatars, but that's okay. I think that like the with that fractured state of the right, all these kind of the thing that united them was their opposition to the status quo. Well, out of those different factions, the ones that have the most coherent vision currently are like the more entrepreneurial ones, the Elon Musks and like JD Vance and stuff like that want to like get the economy growing through a reinvigoration of American industry. And I think that is a good thing. Like that's definitely the safest of the various things. Like I'm more worried if some Christian organization had all the reins and tried to like make a Christian utopia in America. But
yeah.
But and so I think maybe in the best way, in a sense, it's like, okay, well, if the right has a bunch of different factions, then we can have competition among them, and people can try things out. And I think that that's the best scenario because, hopefully it's not like life and death kind of survival of the fittest. But I mean, I almost just even think like, since the Civil War, I think like America's such a huge country and we have all these states, but then we just tried to like be one country when, if you look at like
under
our
God,
size, yeah.
Under God.
Well, and that should be the thing that unites us. But then what the heck are the states? Like the states, there's like a north-south dichotomy. There's certain amounts of individual differences, but like the states should have been like working on becoming nations or something, or like you do have that like in Texas. Like Texas is has their plans for the rest of the country not existing anymore. But
yeah, it's like a similar thing as like the good parent wants its children to grow up into competent adults, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, you don't want them like leaving the family to do that, even though there is a leave and cleave type of situation. But I wonder if the kind of sending abortion down to the states is like a big enough thing to where now like that makes, maybe that's the like pebble in the shoe that, 50 years down the road, you'll see a lot of, Neil would have liked this kind of some speciation, some differentiation between the states. Like maybe it's just kind of, it's always fun for me to because I'm not like this by nature, but just to kind of run out the optimist playbook. Like, what would it look like for America to actually improve over the next like 250, 500, 1,000 years and like grow into the, the future that Elon Musk is trying to point us to, that kind of the utopic, maybe it's obviously not a utopia, but we've got infinity to go so we can make improvements kind of a thing.
Yeah.
It is fun to think that way. And there's a sense in which like, yeah, maybe there is sort of like a balkanization on the way, but until the internet, we haven't had ways of kind of like connecting like culturally and still kind of keeping our own independence, right? It's been kind of maybe the closest thing to that has been like treaties, or like between nations, but yeah, it's always fraught. And, Christ said we'll always have wars and rumors of wars. So that's kind of a weird thing to sit with.
Yeah.
Luke, hop in here, buddy.
I do feel like there is a way where that can become like more those things can become more amicable, and that it doesn't have to reach to the level, like, because that is even the thing, like thinking about like when like chivalry is introduced as like a concept, and it was basically like, hey, barbarians, like you're really strong and good at killing people, but like maybe don't use that to terrorize the women all the time. Like just channel that towards the other barbarians, because it's like even once the like, and it's tough to say like how much these kind of historical things were like actually ongoing for long periods of time, but even when the knights were like a thing, and they were all upholding these noble virtues, they would still just kill each other because like somebody insulted the other person. And it's just like so crazy to think of how just fragile your life was, even as like a powerful warrior in those times of the past. So I think the degree to which our conflicts, the collateral damage caused by them, maybe can de-escalate. Obviously, like technologically, weaponry really blew that up, but maybe we've we've seen like the limits, the wisdom of limits with some of those things, and we can de-escalate the intensity of our disagreements. But I do think like even with something like the abortion issue, that's going to have some kind of an impact, because if it's like something where a person's thinking about building a company or moving a company to a certain state, and maybe they're going to value that over like a small percentage of a better tax deal or something like that, then I think that those things will have an impact over time. And I think there's going to be even a thing where people be like, oh, I would rather live in a state that upholds this certain set of values rather than that sort of different set of values. I think we'll begin to see that more.
Yeah, there's a the chivalry stuff made me reminded me of something I thought about. I can't remember if it was early this morning or late last night, but I was kind of sleepy, so I didn't have the capacity at the moment to actually maybe compose a good thought or an actually smooth question or something like that. But it has to do with the topic of violence and the idea of when is it good, like when is the quality, like, because you can be better or worse at violence and you can enjoy it more or less.
Yeah.
And there are some people who are really good at it who absolutely hate it, and there are some people who are bad at it who absolutely love it, and there's this weird thing, because it has to do, I guess it was within the like universalist talk, speak of the devil, speak of that universalist devil himself, Tuke Lomson. Welcome, brother. But yeah, so it has to do with like violence and the fact that like, where is the place of violence in heaven? Is it constant? Is that part of why we seem to need that kind of conception of hell? Because we see violence as a reality, and so it kind of must be here for something, for some reason. And it's like the only way we can think of like incorporating it is like, oh, well, it must exist to fight evil. And so if that's why we have a violent instinct, we'll say, so yeah, I think I've kind of laid it out. It's like either violence is like just bad all the time, or if it's good, if God put it in us for a reason, what is it for? And I guess in closing, I'll just end with the famous quote from Jesus that the kingdom of God is violencing forth, and the violent take it by force.
I clipped that one right out of my Bible.
You clipped it out? You Thomas Jeffersoned it?
This is a very good question. I've just been, someone left a comment on my community post about Chris Green's sermon, God is not a master. And they it's one of my least favorite things. And somebody replied with just 2 Peter 2, verse 1. You know, like false teachers will come among you, even denying their master. And I'm just like, is this what we're doing? Is this how we're going to play this game?
You know, it would have been nice if Chris Green would have acknowledged what he was doing with that. You know, that
Denying
verse
the
would have been
Bible.
perfect, you know, that verse would have been perfect. But for the explanation, I mean, but what do you expect, right? Like, if somebody's reading their Bible, and they see that, and then they see this pastor who's slick and got a cool deep voice preaching
it's
something
such a great jacket game. That guy.
Yeah, I mean, if I had any critiques for him, I think it would serve him well to be a little less put together. You know that what's the preacher sneakers? Have you guys seen that Instagram?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I know of it. Yeah.
He's too slick.
He's a little too handsome, a little too attractive.
Sense of style. Yeah, you can't believe anyone with a legit sense of style.
Well, he's Tulsa cool too. You know, he's got that like big city in the South. You know, like my uncle owns a farm and that's where I grew up type energy. That
I only believe pastors that just speak in a monotone and who don't care about their hygiene.
Well, you can tell he's like Pentecostal or technically, that side of thing, charismatic by the way he preaches. You know, he's got that like Southern Protestant rhythm. Like he gets into it.
Man, I just rewatched There Will Be Blood with my son.
Oh, that's like a good father-son movie.
Oh man, it was like that scene where Paul Dano is just like, "Get out, devil!" I'm just like, oh Lord, what a great movie about religion. It's just so.
Do you read that movie as about religion?
Well,
I guess it's kind of
yeah, partially religion. I think it's about America. I think it's about greed and money. I think it's about hell.
Yeah. It's been a while since I put myself through it. I probably owe it another watch to refresh my memory, because I remember
so good.
Yeah, I guess Mammon was the main lens I was viewing it through when I watched it the first time. Just kind of that avarice.
All right, sorry. We've gone far afield. Violence. What is the role of violence in heaven?
Hey, man, we can be as mosaic as we want. We don't have the pressures of your channel or
what do you
country.
mean by heaven? I mean, I don't know, like
violence in heaven.
The new earth, new heavens and the new earth.
A new heavens and a new earth, because that's
the glory awaiting us.
Well, because that one seems like it shares a lot more characteristics with our current existence that we can understand than like generic heaven or whatever. I mean, I see it pretty clear. This was a big topic in the book, but you have like the cultural mandate of fill the earth and subdue it and rule over the animals. And then, you have in the Bible, in the good times, swords and spears are turned into plowshares and pruning hooks. But we also see that that's like where half of our military stuff come from. You got them nunchucks from threshing the wheat and whatnot. And, so that's the thing. Like you need strength, and you need like the ability to cut things into smaller pieces. But it either goes between like the environment or other people. And in good times, it's the environment, and in bad times, it's other people.
I just had a exploratory theological thought on that, which is, we need to get Jess and Jason in here probably to really suss this out. But the idea was, what if, the purpose of violence, what if we were meant to be fighting Leviathan for eternity, right? Like if we, Adam and Eve don't fail us, and we, and everybody else stays on track as well. It's like, where would the violence go? And maybe it was meant to go towards Leviathan or the serpent, or, maybe we were meant to, the wise were meant to play chess with Satan, and the strong were meant to wrestle Leviathan. But because we ate from the knowledge of, maybe, all right, man, this is a
give us chapter and verse. Give us chapter and verse of how to answer.
Man, that's the key. That's the key.
Wait, what did it say? Maybe should I make you full screen?
Yeah.
This is my review of
WrestleMania.
WrestleMania, and then I got a couple other chapters about kayfabe. Kayfabe as a hermeneutical tool for studying the Bible. I think it
We
works
who
pretty
kayfabe
good.
God.
Yeah, see, because like that's the thing. It's like I think because Jesus, he knows that like Satan was gonna shoot. He was gonna flip the script, so he had to control the narrative, which is why he's always like dunking on Peter. Like, and Satan's like, Jesus thinks Peter's the traitor. Little does he know.
You know what's kind of funny is in a very universalist frame, you could think of all of creation and the prolegomena of history as kayfabe.
Yeah, I think so.
Or if you're, if you lean heavily on the sovereignty of God, it's kind of similar, right? It's
Yeah.
You could think of God with his little human, 9 billion little human action figures just playing a big game of Strategio with himself.
Yeah, except they're real.
Except they're real. Yeah. Well, oh shoot. Yeah, professional wrestling with God. Like, yeah, because it brings up the idea of like, would Israel still be named Israel? Because we think of it, we who wrestle with God, we don't think of, the wrestling like a father with a child, even though that kind of has to be what it means, right?
Yeah.
It
Well,
can't
and it's all fake, but some of us like Kurt Angle might come out with a completely fused spine.
Yeah, it's fake, but the injuries are real.
Yeah. I don't the violence thing, I think if you're going to have any sort of if you're going to have a belief in the kingdom of like a further up, further in, ongoing, not static heaven, you got to have some kind of a perfected tension.
Well, I mean, I do think in some sense, the thing that's amazing about the cross is that is a permanent thing. And so in a sense, like God forever, like, because he it's not like, because we think about it like, if we were standing there, it would be like Jesus isn't being crucified yet, now he's being crucified, and then he's in the tomb, and then he's resurrected.
Yeah.
And then we like have the memory of it, but it's like, what is the memory of an omniscient God, and what is the memory of the omniscient God about in regards to his memories of from in his incarnate form? It's like that is a permanent ongoing thing. Like he never, in a sense, never gets off that cross. So ultimately it's like he takes all the downside of the violence onto himself, which is why I think when David talks about his repentance in Psalm 51, and that he's caused Uriah to be killed, but he says to God, like, against you and you only have I sinned. And it's like, well, no, he sinned against Uriah and he sinned against Bathsheba. But it's like, in the ultimate sense, those sins that we do, which is also like why I think, if you really think about it, how crazy the commandment against not coveting is. Because we always want to pretend like that doesn't have an effect. But it's like, okay, but God's forced to like look at all your thoughts, essentially. And when you're having dirty thoughts about his children, like that's not pleasant for him. So
Poor God.
yeah. So I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, in the sense of like that's that tough like thing to wrap up. His solution seems to be that he just is willing to take all the suffering into himself, in rather than export it to some other external being or whatever.
I've often found solace that the only other person who has to bear my intrusive thoughts is the Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't so God taking all the suffering onto himself, all the negative aspects of violence and evil, is that fractally true?
I think so, probably. I mean, I can't even conceive of a fact of just like, if he wants the new heavens and the new earth, like if he's like creating it in reverse, and then he thinks like, that's what I want. Like maybe the desire for the thing comes first for creation, but then you think, how do you get there? And then if you just start thinking about like, well, what if this goes wrong? What if that goes wrong? Once he like thinks about something going wrong, and like, I mean, I'm even knowing this like in the sense of like, if you try to write a book, and maybe you don't put everything in the book, but but everything that you think about, you have to experience in some way to make the choices, even of like what goes in and what doesn't, you know? So, and that affects you in some way. Because if you think about like horrible things happening to your characters, it's not like fun, you know, it does affect your emotions and stuff. But all that stuff's way more real for God than it is for us.
Agreed. Yeah, what's funny, so like Evolving Spirit here keeps making these comments, and like it's one of, this is the funny thing about me, TLC, and my good friends is like, and I said this the other day to my priest when I was getting together with him because we were talking about my contrarianness, and I was like, you put me in a room full of universalists and I will be the fly in the ointment. I promise you. There's one, on one hand, I agree, there's an evolution of consciousness within the Bible. But like there's some kind of violence that's ongoing forever. There's something. I mean, what do you want to call it? I mean, is there a static, universal, complete 100% peace in heaven? What does absolute peace look like? What does absolute freedom look like? It's nonsense. There's something. What do we call that?
It seems like the wiping away of every tear from my eye might be something, but the lion laying down with the lamb might be something, you know. Trying to, because I'm just like you, right? Like I'm fly in the ointment boy myself, you know, devil's advocate 2.0. You know, step aside, accuser, I can do it twice as good in half the time, let's go. But yeah, I think I understand emotionally especially if you've had a violent life. And I think that most of humanity has been much more obviously violent than we are now. And violence was just kind of everyday reality, I think, for most of human history, for most people. And so because of that, it does seem it's either a result of sin, in which case the devil's gotten trickier since the internet, so that, you know, all of our violence is distant, you know, or internal in our hearts, like the hatred of our brother, or that there's a real sense in which violence has a place, and we're so far from understanding. You know, I used to have a friend who was on staff with me at the church, mega church, and he's a little bit Christian famous, so I'm not going to name drop him because he's big enough. And
tell us in the private chat, and I'll say it.
He's got connections all over. But his name was, no, I'm just kidding. He actually he married me and my wife, so that's an interesting factoid that I just remembered. But why did I bring that up? Oh, because we had a debate, you know, on staff one day if like competitiveness would be in the kingdom, and in the new heavens and new earth, and he basically said that yes, of course. Like, how can you have fun? Like, I think that we're going to play basketball in heaven, and how will it be fun if I don't care who wins? Like, there's got to be a place for like Michael Jordan to still be Michael Jordan in heaven, you know. And I hadn't quite formulated my absurdism yet enough to say like, yeah, I'm sure there will be basketball in heaven, but you know, he was good at basketball. So I was like, but you're not going to be playing basketball, you know, like the first shall be last, the last shall be first. If you start playing basketball, you're going to be worse than like, you know, the special needs kid who everybody lets score a basket, you know, at the end of the season. So like, you know, let's think about this.
Only going to be able to play baseball in heaven.
What? So like, I don't need to respond to comments in your stream, but like forever, yeah, time is beyond my pay grade.
Feel free. Feel free.
That's one of those things of like, I don't really forever. Whatever forever is, it's not what we think it is. And then like skepticism rules. Yeah, kind of. I think there's always going to be. I think part of unity and multiplicity is the fact that there will always be some form of skepticism or whatever. Yeah, friendly competition. Whatever, you can call it that.
Well, maybe Go ahead, Michael.
No, I was gonna say I do think like when I see it, and I've wrestled through these things and stuff, and trying to look and see the coherent picture. To me, I definitely see the evolution, like across the Old Testament, is the evolution of humanity, and like of more specifically of Israel. And I think that when you look at specifically like this, and this is the question I ask every time, like God does something that's like seems mean or wrong, or why would he do that? I always think like what would happen if he did it another way, or like or what what would happen if he didn't do it at all? Like what would happen? And I see that most of the stuff that he does is very easily understood through the lens of like being a loving father. And because I think every parent when they first have kids, they think like, I'm just going to raise my kids like in the nice way. And then you think like they're just going to be nice, but then it's not like the meanness and stuff just is in there and it just comes out. And like, I mean, I remember like the first, the first few times or whatever with the kids, it's like when you can see it's not like, it's just, where did this come from? Like, that will and whatever, you don't
Original
have to, like,
sin, maybe.
Yes, but like the willfulness or whatever, or the want, and what they're wanting to, they're wanting to explore a boundary, they're wanting to find out like what the limits of the world are. And I think we've seen that this, I'm not saying you have to use any particular method of parenting, but if you don't enforce any boundaries, you do yourself a great disservice. Like Peterson talks about how, if kids aren't socialized to a certain extent by like the age of 4, at least to like not be hitting and biting people, if they can't figure that out, and probably especially for boys, like that, it's a huge predictor for like a life of crime. And so it's like, you got to think, okay, as a dad, your job is to just do whatever you need to do to make sure that kid stops hitting and biting people by the time they're 4 years old. Like that's your most important job. If you fail that, you have failed them. You've set them up for a life of failure, And
is that violence? Is that violence for the father to impose upon the son, stop biting and hitting?
I don't know. I mean, I guess. I mean, it depends on what we say by violence, like physical force. It doesn't necessarily have to be physical force. I mean, I don't know. There's lots of ways that you can discipline and show boundaries. The child certainly probably doesn't enjoy the experience in the moment, but they come to appreciate it in retrospect. And I mean, the problem is that we've had this culture where everybody's saying like, no, the fact that you appreciate that your parents' discipline in retrospect is evidence of trauma. Like it's just, we've like lost the script on that whole thing. Like, I mean, that's the thing, saying like that basic thing, like teach your kids to not hit other people. Like by the time they're little kids, they need to learn that lesson. If they don't, you did a bad job.
It's very interesting to me to kind of juxtapose the like gentle parenting wave in the zeitgeist with all of these adults learning about like boundaries and them kind of clumsily being like, actually it's a boundary for me for you to treat me like this. And it's like you have to learn how to have boundaries with adults, and you're not but also at the same time we're like, yes, the perfect childhood is one with no boundaries and no meanness, and you never have to see your dad get upset. You never have to be afraid of your father. He's not a violent man. He loves you very much. Like all of this stuff, I was like, well, I can see how from a Gen X perspective, it's just kind of like pussy shit. But as a young millennial, I do think that there's a sense in which we can't blame the soft people for being soft. Like if the world didn't make them tough, it's like, well, blessed are the meek, I guess we should say. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the kingdom of God. It's not, it's not the violent, big, tough guys that will inherit the kingdom. It's the, maybe it is the pussy shit of the world. That
well, and I mean, think about how the way, like in all those ancient societies that, they would look at a kid, and if they decided like, oh, this kid doesn't look strong, and that would be the kid that they throw in the garbage dump. And so it's like, now that we've changed and said like, oh, there's value to those kids. So like, I think that is probably having an effect like on our genes, and probably in a good way. It's just, but some of those other more, the other people have also continued like ongoing. And so like, I mean, I don't know. I think maybe just reflecting on the way that like modernity so thoroughly destroyed the traditional world, and then post-modernity so thoroughly is almost done destroying like the modern age. Like, I think God has this thing where he's not, in what he allows, he's not afraid of the collateral damage that is necessary to preserve and to allow the certain, strains of human culture that he wants to thrive and survive. So, you can see that. I mean, like, that's even the whole thing. It's like he let the earth get really bad, and then he took Noah out, and Noah was the good part. And that kind of pattern happens over and over. You're muted.
Excuse me, everybody. I think that JD brings up a good point. A lot of anti-violence people have dealt with a lot of violence in life. Yeah, I mean, there is that kind of, it's kind of like you could make a little quadrilateral Putnam square with like those who have experienced a lot of violence versus those who enjoy violence. And it's not always, everybody fault. I'm sure that there's a variety of, clusters on that, but I don't know.
Well, you're gonna find people of every stripe, right? You're gonna find people who've grown up with a lot of violence who are anti-violence. You're gonna find people who've grown up with a lot of violence who become violent. I mean, you could find anything,
Well, you know what, and I think that's interesting. So I can even think from my own experience, with the counterbalancing question of that, like, for sure, and I think you have that thing. It's like if your parents are angry and they're overly violent when they punish you or something, like I think my parents, really trying to do all the godly stuff, and so they set up this thing of consequences, and you could expect, like, if you do not follow the rule, there will be a consequence. But then in the times when like my dad would get too angry and he would like spank us out of frustration or whatever, every time, he would come back and say, "I'm sorry, I got angry and what I did was wrong and that was sinful, and will you forgive me?" And so that is like, oh, okay, well, I can't just blame my parents and say they were wrong they admitted they were wrong. Like, they gave me some more context. So then it's like, okay, so the proper amount of like punishment, at least as my parents saw it, was a little less than what dad sometimes meted out, and so that's the thing of like, I understood that maybe I was getting too much, and then or whatever. So I mean, it's not yeah. So yeah, I don't know. That repentance part's really important for your kids.
Yeah. It's interesting because I don't have any memories of my parents like straight up repenting in the kind of way that you're talking about. But at the same time, my parents are not the type who ever kind of hide their imperfections either. And it was like they kind of wear most of their issues on their sleeve.
Yeah.
They're just kind of they're unlike me in that they're very transparent people. There's not a lot of like show going on.
Were your parents, did they grow up Christian, or were they converted?
No, both of my parents grew up Christian. My dad and both of my parents, well, my mom was a middle child and a like kind of local Savannah socialite, entrepreneurial, like Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, like that kind of socialite, but without the I'm not familiar with Lady Chambly and all. I mean, I know who she is and I know the movie and stuff, but like that's not the type of Savannah socialites my grandparents were. It was more like the ballrooms on the dock type of situation, and fancy cocktail parties on the marshes, and the like. And so my mom, but yeah, both my parents are very smart. My dad's on the spectrum, and so yeah, that was it was a weird thing because he kind of from an early age, I think he recognized I was better socially than he was. So he was like asking me for advice, and like I was explaining stuff to him at like a real early age. So it was almost like not in a bad way, but there was a sense in which like any of the things that my dad would have needed forgiving for, he kind of was. It was just kind of like obvious. So he never. And I'm sure he did, but I just don't have the memories of him kind of apologizing or repenting or not. I haven't kept many of those memories. So it's interesting. But I know for me, like when I have kids, I'm going to have to be constantly repenting because I'm like, I'm sure there's no way I'm going to get it right.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's funny because I think I probably struggle with it more than my dad did, like my parents, my dad especially, because he was converted when he was like in his 20s, and he had like a pretty profound like born again experience, and so like everything that he was doing as a Christian, in raising a family, it was like very intentional. And I don't think he would have thought like he grew up in a bad home. He grew up in a Catholic home, and my grandparents were good people and somewhat, somewhat religious, if not like pious or whatever. But they were good people, and but I think so. I think he was really intentional with that stuff, especially because like when I was around 10, that's when he became a pastor of our church. And so, and I think he was conscious of like, and I don't know if maybe it's because things you hear, but the skeletons in the pastor's closet or whatever, what goes on with his family life. Like, I think he wanted to be able to live a life that was transparent enough that he could defend himself truthfully if anybody ever tried to bring up criticism, which is like really different. So one of my best friends growing up, his dad was the pastor of a much bigger church just down the street. And like, he had a rough go of being a pastor's kid with like the people's expectations. And like, it was not good for him and he was like, another like ADHD kid. And it was like, that's not how a pastor's son should act. And he got way more of that than I ever got. Like, it didn't really affect me in any, my dad's church was like 20 people. So, it was not a like classic PK story, but
yeah, I mean, my dad was also a music minister, so I can definitely relate to the PK feeling. But overall, like, I think it was, I don't really, all things considered, I don't have that much trauma. At least it's not something that like, like the Peterson rule of it, like, coming up daily. But I do remember the feeling of like expectations and being the like golden boy, and because I grew up at the church that my dad grew up at, so there was old ladies who had changed his diapers that would tell me when I was like a teenager that they had changed me and my dad's diapers, and just being like, I don't know why you would say that, but I appreciate like you taking care of me. It's not that I'm going through puberty and constantly thinking about how weird life is that I have all this stuff going down.
You didn't ask him who had a cuter tush?
No. I was not yet smooth. I needed to get through puberty in order to like think of my feet. It was. In fact, I didn't even realize I was funny until about the 7th grade. And then I kind of was like, I had like the self-awareness of like, oh, I know how to say things that make people giggle and laugh, and I can use this to my advantage. This is how I will rise through the ranks of the school. I will be a cool person because I can make the people in the grade above me laugh.
Yeah,
it's I thought,
that's how I figured, because like my brother was like way more of like the cool kid, my older brother, and then like he had the friends, and then I would go and I could make fun of him so brutal, and they would all laugh and think it was hilarious, and so then they thought I was cool. So that was the way. But yeah, it is definitely one big difference though. Now thinking about like So I knew I was like ADD or ADHD or whatever it was when I was a kid. Like my parents figured that out. Like I was the problem child a little bit in those years. But like, you know, whatever they did with it back then, it was just, give them Ritalin. That was it. That was like the only thing. There was no like, and even like knowing that I had that as an adult, I didn't like try to figure out like what are the ways to manage it and stuff. Oh, and then like, so, and then finding out more about like the other autism components and just like the way that affects things and stuff. I'm definitely trying to figure out with our kids, like one thing that really doesn't help if your brain works that day is because dad said so, because I'm your authority.
Right.
Like the one, and that's the thing. And like, cause I definitely realized like, oh, there was tons of times when I was like acting out, and then I would learn like not to do things because of like fear of punishment, but just never understood why. And I just wanted to understand that why. And I think the thing is that if your brain works in such a way that if you do understand, you don't have a problem with like these rules and things like that. Like rules are actually very comforting when they make sense. When they don't make sense, they are kind of terrifying things to bump up against. So
Yeah, I, I got started on the existential angst pretty young because I got saved pretty young, and even for like a Baptist church or whatever, I was like fairly young to be understanding the gospel message enough to answer the questions correctly, to walk down the aisle type of thing. But I remember basically being a goody two shoes and following all the rules, except for, I felt like Paul, which I didn't know, the Lord had not ordained for me to understand the book of Romans yet. But I was really struggling with the things I wanted to do versus the things I didn't do and didn't want to do and all that stuff, because I was like, how can I be perfect for the whole rest of my life and in this one little area, not be good? And then of course, when I think of that, I'd be like, I don't want to think about that one thing. So I'm going to think about other things that I'm bad at. So it like led to this kind of a type of spiritual OCD, and it was years until I kind of, I had to realize all of the little like tricks I was playing on myself and my parents, and like how much I cared more about like reputational damage and embarrassing my parents and making my family look bad and all of that stuff. And so, there was a lot of, but on the whole, I'd still say all of that stuff was good. Now I look back on like those awkward, that feeling of, in psychoanalysis, they call it the big other, or like the super ego, that kind of like, because you were talking about the good rules versus the bad rules kind of a thing. And I just remember really trusting that the rules were good, but because I couldn't follow them perfectly, that I was, basically deserved hell. Let's see. We got some more comments.
Yeah, one thing that in recent years that was really a helpful book that I read on that was Watchman Nee in the Normal Christian Life, where he basically it's loosely based off the first 8 chapters of Romans. But it's funny because if you grow up in like an evangelical church, you kind of have this. It's funny because it's like they understand the born again thing and they know what to do with the sinners, but then it's like, well, what do you do when you have kids then? And you almost, if you're sitting in the pew and you're hearing the sermon, the way the things are taught, you almost feel, and I'm sure parents are more understanding of this, but I almost felt like as a kid, I'm like I accepted Jesus when I'm 6. So like I only had like 6 years of like unsanctified worldliness. And then from then on, like I should be like able to become a spiritual like superhero because I've been walking with Jesus like my whole life. But it's not like you're just not having a correct concept of like how what the flesh is as it pertains to that part of human nature, and how it's still growing even if you're walking with Jesus from the time you're a child. It's not this like linear progression of like just righteousness or whatever, so and I just remember there's a lot of things in that book that really helped to make that more understandable and cut
What
myself
was,
some slack.
what was the title of the book again?
The Normal Christian Life.
The Normal Christian Life.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book that helped me out was, I think, a Tim Keller book. Probably when I was like a sophomore or a junior in high school. But oh man, I forgot. You said something that sparked something for me, and now it's off into the ether. Yeah, that feeling. Yeah, being a young Christian and being like, yeah, I was dead in my trespasses of sins when I was 5 years old, and I, wasn't treating my baby sister correctly. Like it's very funny to me to just, to have been saved, believer's baptism, as like a 12-year-old, or however old. I think I was younger than that even. I think I might have been 8 or 9. But it's so funny to me now. It's funny because one, it was real, but also like, why did they? I guess the people in my church noticed, like, must have seen that it was genuine and real, that I did actually understand the gospel message or whatever, and wanted to commit my life to Christ. But I had so much more sinning to do. It's like it was the things. If you would have told the 8-9-year-old me the types of sins that I would have committed as a Christian, he would have been like,
no.
Yeah. may it not be said of me, Father. Sheesh. Let's see. Pickens and Phoebus having a little bit of a disagreement.
Well, I would say, okay. So I would say, so I'll give the examples of this. Is just that, like, I would just hear, like, I would hear things and I would say them and, like, not know what it was or whatever, or and especially because, like, a lot of this was because I was hanging out with my older brother and he was hanging out with other bad influences and stuff. But, like, even so, like, whatever, the time when we're in the woods and then the one kid's brought out his dad's Hustler magazine and I'm the youngest one there, and then, like, I'm just wanting to ask my brother all these questions about it later, just of, like, pure curiosity, and then just being like, can't talk about stuff like this, and then then I just learned, like, that's a bad thing, and then that puts it, the curiosity then goes into, like, a secret shameful place, which obviously leads to more problems later on, whereas it's like, oh, I probably could have, coped with that whole situation a lot better if it was possible to have discussed it openly and honestly. But, first, like, I knew the whole thing was like, this is something we keep secret from mom and dad. So that's, like, one layer. But then that it was like, oh, my brother won't even talk to me about it. That was, like, another layer of, like, confusion. And so then, like, I remember, like, one time, we would always, like, listen to the radio station that was, like, the shock jock rock DJ, and there was, like, a lot of, crass humor on there or whatever. And this one time I like after the advent of email, I sent a bunch of these, like, jokes or whatever to a kid from our homeschool group, and I didn't know. And then I found out, like, that his mom reads all of his emails, and I was like, and then it was like, I don't think I fully understood, like, why. I think I knew, like, these are dirty jokes, but I didn't understand, like, the level of it or whatever, maybe. And then it was, like, just so awkward, the whole thing. It was like, I can't look at it, like, is then I'd see his mom and I'd be like, just can't look at her, like, yeah, just weird stuff like that, where it's just, I don't know, it's just this idea that, like, if, like, things won't occur if we don't talk about it or don't bring it up, and it's just not the case. So in some sense, it's like the father's duty has to be a way to see these things early on, address them in a way that's appropriate, to where it doesn't, because if it causes that secrecy and that shame about stuff, and then you're hiding things, like, then it's allowed to develop in darkness in, like, a really not good way. So
Yeah.
And honestly, it's funny because I think my parents tried to do that because I remember like my dad gave me this Dr. Dobson book about like your changing body and stuff like that, and
I
it's
got
like
the same one.
yeah, and it's like and they did it, and I was probably like 10 or something, and it's like it would have been probably like really helpful and appropriate if I hadn't already learned a whole bunch of that stuff from the wrong places at way too young of an age. So
Yeah. Well, I remember because I went to a private Christian school, right? And they had like a big. My dad is actually still angry about this to this day. I recently found out that they basically sent a note home with us to the parents that basically was like, "We're gonna have this night. We're gonna talk about deodorant and like your changing body and just like how to make sure you stay clean and stuff." And so my dad thought it was like a hygiene thing. And so for me as like a young teenage, I think I must have been in the 5th grade and I was already getting sweaty and stinky. So it was like, oh, this will be great. Ended up being a full-on birds and the bees like scientific explanation of the whole thing. And it was a little like I had heard the word sex, and I knew that it had to do with like kissing and stuff, but I didn't I had no clue the the biological nature of it, and it really like shook me. It like I think I got into the truck with my dad, and he was like, "So, do you have any questions?" And I was like, "So does that mean you and mom?" And he was like, "Yep." And I was just silent for the rest of the ride home. He'd probably hate that I was telling that story. Sorry, Dad, if you ever see this.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
yes.
So the story that I thought of or that I wanted to share, I heard on a podcast once, and I think it's related to parenting and shame and intentions and all this stuff. Because I heard a story once where to be careful that I'm not don't have young ears around, but of some kids that went to God, there's so many stories like this. Like went to a sleepover, and they were young at the kind of age you guys are talking about. And I don't know, I can't remember exactly the details of what they were doing, but they were doing like something, but just testing boundaries, checking things out, confused, not really knowing what's going on, wanting to ask questions. They're just kids, learn to engage with the world. And a parent came home or saw something and projected onto it like a, I don't know, 40-year-old consciousness, or thought it was something way different than what it was. And they reacted in such a way that was really extreme, that actually created like a sensual, this kind of internalized monster in this kid's consciousness that they were dealing with for decades because of like this intense overreaction by the parent. And I don't know, that I just remember that being so formative. Like that was so huge for me, because I'm sure my parents did similar things to that. Like I mean, what's so crazy is like Mike, or you were using the example of going in the woods and porn in a Hustler magazine or whatever, which is a common experience for anyone who grew up before the internet. And I have no doubt that well-meaning parents can create problems within their kids related to pornography or anything. Pick the subject, trying to avoid it out of like some kind of puritanical sense. Like we create these problems that are just unbelievable. It's a complicated issue, but yeah, that's interesting.
Well, I do think like, and that's even to say why like I get really nervous with the people that are like return to tradition is the way and stuff, because like we actually do know like some ways are, some things are like done better in like a new way, like, or whatever, or like speaking the way you speak about these things or stuff or whatever. Like the idea of trying to create like a LARP fantasy world in which your children will come out as these like uncracked eggs or whatever is a very bad idea.
Chad, welcome. What say you, sir?
Good morning, fellas. I'm eating some pizza.
Morning.
Saw you guys on my way home from the meeting, which was interestingly about sex. So that was cool. I was thinking about like a lot of these different kinds of topics. The thing that Luke just kind of said, so like when we were growing up, to watch like I was watching like RoboCop at like age 6. If anybody's ever seen RoboCop, it's like, oh my god, do you let your 6-year-old watch RoboCop? What is wrong with you? But then, like, there were a lot of other movies that we were watching that we should not have been watching, that were just like rated R films and stuff. And every time there was like a so-called love scene, which was like already began the distorted vision of what love is. But when there was like sex scenes, like my mom or would like cover our eyes, or like the stepdad or my mom's boyfriend would tell us to look away. And so it's like it already started this whole like crazy Garden of Eden, don't touch the apple thing, which like nowadays, like, so when I watch movies today or shows and there's like, let's just say same sex kissing or things like that, like I get really cringy and it like makes me grossed out. But then I have to actually like ask, like I one time I realized, yeah, but I don't like watching any of those scenes, whether it's heterosexual or whatever. It always makes me uncomfortable. And yet I still had like this obsession with sex, and still probably to a degree have. And this is where I talk about kind of the spiritual molestation of us Westerners, like this kind of like really, well, because I wasn't raised in the church, so I wonder how many folks out there that were just raised in a like the non-churched secular frame, who also had parents that said, talked about ideals like no sex until marriage, like all these like colliding ideals, and then like other ideals that we're asleep to, and all this stuff. And yeah, and so I was thinking recently, I'm sorry I'm talking so much.
Please continue.
I was thinking recently about how do I talk to my daughter about the upbringing that I had. Like, that's going to be hard. Like, when I really sit and think about, try to talk about our familial heritage, it's very, very hard to try to. And I talked with Anne about it, and she's like, well, that stuff will become, well, you'll be able to talk about those things in a timely manner. But even when the timely manner comes, like, how do I talk about the violence? Like, there was extreme violence, but there was no principled violence. So like if you grow up in a house with like martial arts, there's some principles around that. So that's very violent, and yet there's like some good principles that help with other things outside of the violence itself. But like the violence that I grew up around was like, that guy looked at me wrong, and so I'm going to road rage him until we stop him, pull him over, take him out of his car, and beat the shit out of him, while my girlfriend's sons are sitting in the back seat watching. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I grew up with. And so violence is so scary, dude. All this stuff, too much stuff.
Well, I think, I think like my own experience, like I think I would have liked to have known more about like this stuff, because that was like my dad tried to hide a lot of like stuff, and he was like he was ashamed of a lot of stuff from his past that he had participated in things like that. For me, I feel like it would have been helpful if I had a fuller context earlier on. I don't know. I mean, I can't like pinpoint an age, but definitely probably, by like adolescence or whatever, I would say. But I mean, the other thing is that like kids do get a context for some of this stuff. And like, that's why even the sense of like teaching them not to like hit and bite is really important, because then you can just, at least you can say like, how you did this to your sister and it made her cry and that wasn't good. And it's happening right now, so I have to leave in a second. But But then, and then you could can you imagine if that was even worse? And then you can see well, what is their imagination of something worse than what they do understand? And then you can gauge whether or not that is a sufficient understanding for the moment. So I think that's part of the way of going with it. But and I think just hey, God will give you grace. If you do the wrong thing, He can make it right. And don't stress like that. I think that instinct of trying to craft the perfect environment is probably more detrimental than the desire to be honest and trust in God. All right, see you guys.
See ya. Yeah, I don't want to be able
Bye,
to have
Michael.
a perfect environment, but what I want to try to sidestep is propagating a kayfabe morality, where we act differently than the things that we preach, and then have no foundations for any of the things that we're preaching. And so that's what we grew up with. I think. We had Hollywood was our preachers. This pizza is so good, dude.
Yeah, just thinking, so much of this is personal, right? And yeah, Phoebus raises the point that your daughter is going to know you. So, he thinks it's going to be probably harder for you than it will be for her. That kind of, those the family history stuff makes me think of some of the worst sides of my family history. It was just told as stories. My family tells stories all the time. And so I don't remember how, I guess they did a good enough job of not telling horrible stories before I could handle them. But I wasn't that old when I found out that my great grandfather, for instance, was an abusive alcoholic. Now the abuse, this is another thing. I mean, the violence and sex. This is the violence and sex stream, I guess now. But I remember my dad being disgusted that the culture was okay with violence, but not with sexuality. That it was that you could watch just regular TV and somebody's brains would get blown out or something. And as I'm thinking back to it, it was kind of weird how the culture was way quicker to offer violence, or it was okay with showing children violence. But sex was and still is hopefully not something that the culture okays exposing young children to.
Well, they do in the commercials though, because that's where you find, I think, most of the sex that you consume that's outside of pornography has to do with advertisements, and it's all snuck in there.
I think you're onto something there. But yeah, I guess the point I was trying to make was telling it as a story. I think because even as a small child, bad and horrible things get introduced to you primarily through stories, God willing, But because if you don't think about them through a story first, then you're not going to be that's when I feel traumatization can happen in a way. It's if it's something that you have no context for, if you've never heard any story about as a child, that's when it's what is this? That's when you encounter the aliens, right? Or you have that kind of crazy encounter.
I don't think the fear around how to tell the stories has to do with delivering a clean cut story that, I don't think that's what I'm concerned about. The big concern is, how do I tell an honest story to my daughter without throwing her grandmother under the bus? Without destroying the ability for my daughter to grow a secure relationship with the rest of her family without looking at them askance. You know what I mean?
But Chad, I think even that. Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I think kids are just much less judgmental than we are. It's like you just,
What?
I think, I think when a kid is young, you know, I often think about that. And it's kind of like the story I told earlier of the parent overreacting to something. Kids are just, they, in a way, and although it's not fully mature in the kind of maturity or final participation that I think we're called to, where where you become childlike, you know, like become like little children. But I think you can only do that after your own kind of personal fall from grace. So like kids when they're little, they just absorb that stuff. Like those kids with the parents came back and overreacted for, or like even kids watching film. Like I think that guy maybe stopped doing it, but like Logos Made Flesh, he used to do those film reviews. And he said that his parents would show him all kinds of films. Like they were just pretty liberal with it. And he said, what's kind of amazing about kids is if they don't have the capacity, like there's tons of things that'll just wash over them, you know, because they're not in the mind of highly critical, analyzing, fearful. They're just not as egoic as parents. I wouldn't even worry about it. You'll tell some story about your grandma that to you is horrific, and in a sense it is, and the kid will just hear it and they'll just be like, oh, silly grandma. Like, man, I love her. You know, like that's how kids are. They're awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially Nickelodeon.
Yes, it is a grace that kids are resilient. Phlebas with some surprising kids love unconditionally, so they will love grandma until grandma actually violates them. Well, I thought that it started out good, but then the the end made it a little more bleak there.
Right.
But
Well,
it
and
is
that's
true.
part of it, right? Because I don't want to like I think that her grandmother is a lot different than my mother. In other words, it's the same person. It's just she's grown. So, like,
Yeah.
how would it be morally ethical to kayfabe to Santa Claus my mom for for my daughter? You know?
I think so. I think that you show first the honor you show, because you have to show your kids how to honor your mother and father, right? So I think that there is room for a little bit of kayfabe there, not telling her the worst of the worst, but also like I grew up with my dad and my grandma not necessarily getting along great, so it was kind of I got to watch my dad wrestle through that and just be like, yeah, your grandma can be a harsh lady, but she was a good mom, and I could tell looking back, I can tell now looking back that he was actually wrestling with this himself. But like I think that you said it already, is like that grandma's different than mom in a lot of ways, and praise God for that. So
yeah,
that story of redemption will hopefully be a story that you get real good at telling your kids.
Yeah. No, what's weird is I would have never guessed that this would be something that would ever cross my mind. I never thought, wow, someday I'm gonna have to tell stories about our family to my child. Like that is the last thing I would ever thought. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, looking out 10, 20, 10, 15 years from now, like, like yeah, and maybe there's a desire there to try to, I don't think it's bad to want to kind of have a game plan, but yeah.
Well, you have to, but it's all gonna go out the window anyhow, probably. But
yeah,
it's like it's funny because Chad, I have a lot of similar stories to you. I mean, not all my stories are is like my family, my nuclear family right now is so much more chill and calm than my upbringing. Like it's unbelievable. And like I have stories. I tell kids stories about myself growing up or about like my dad or whatever that are crazy. Like I have way more my upbringing, like it wasn't as crazy as somebody like JD Vance or something, but like it was very much more in that line. Like that's how I grew up. And my kids they have no capacity to know what it's like. But like even like me and my dad have had really difficult things. Like some of the most traumatic things I've ever gone through were at the hands of my dad. And I loved that man, like immensely, immensely. And my kids can't, I don't know. I want my kids to know all that,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys brought it up because this has been on my mind, and I don't know where do we find this category of wisdom, and so I'm really grateful that we have a kind of a forum to do it in. Is forum right? Is it the right word? Because I think, well, I get the sense that us three on the screen, and then many of the folks in the chat, other than Paul Vanderclay, we don't have a very strong cultural heritage to draw from, and so here we are. We have to like start grab a shovel, start digging, and so it's really good to that we get to do this, and this is why I say this is a very delicate thing, and should be.
Oh, we lost Luke. That's how delicate it is, folks.
Thank God. Bye, Luke.
That's how delicate. Well, and I did want to agree with Phoebus here. Is like I've yet to find and meet anybody whose parents did a better job than I think mine did.
Mm-hmm.
But it did not save me from existential dread, angst, suffering, hardship, pain, all of it at all.
Yeah,
and so,
right.
but I think it prepared me for it. But how prepared can you be? Sometimes that fall from grace is even more difficult than just starting out in the slums.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I'm the older I've gotten, the more I really I really take can find the value in some of the worst stuff, which is really weird. And I know that's kind of an easy thing to throw out there. It might be whatever they say, a tripe. Is tripe the right word? Whatever.
Trite with a T.
Trite. It's a trite thing to say that, there's a lot of good out of the bad. But when I really do examine it, I think, wow, my father wasn't really around, but when he was 99% of the time, I think he was a good man, and there's shortcomings there and stuff. And then on the other side of that was like my mom's boyfriend, who later she married, who then later divorced. That whole thing was like a train wreck. And would I want my daughter to go through that? Hell no. However, there's an extreme masculinity that guy demonstrated for my brother and I. And when you're kind of immersed in an extreme situation like that, it's hard to really find in the moment to glean the good stuff there, but say please and thank you, and there are manners that were basically beat into us. But hey, man, we got manners.
Right. There's a way in which no matter what happened, a human being seems to be able to always kind of look at all of it and say, yes, but, yes, it was horrible, but here's all of the good that came from it. Like that. And this is kind of like the opposite of cynicism, right? Like a cynic can always look at their life and say, yeah, but it wasn't as good as such and such. It's not as good as if only I had done this. If only I had done that. You can always kind of make that move, but that means the fact that you can make that move means that you can always make the move of, yeah, but what you meant for evil, God meant for good.
Mm-hmm.
You can always make the move of, though he slay me, yet I will praise him. So there's a way in which you can almost. And this is something Cal was talking about last weekend, is like as soon as you have your baby girl, there's a way in which your whole life, like you're going to be able to look back at your whole life as like worth it for the sake of her, right? Like you're going to be able to say like, sure, I, was an alcoholic, sure, all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. But like, if that's what it took for this human being, your daughter, to come into the world, then it was worth it, right? And how many more of your lives would you live, once, for the sake of this girl already, and you haven't even met her yet. So yeah, I think you're going to be a great dad. And, but yeah, I bring all that up because that's always going to be the job of the individual. It's like, I can't do that work for you to look at your entire life and say, man, if it led to this, then I'm thankful for it. I mean, I could say that. I just did, I guess. But like, each one has to kind of do that for his or her own life, I think, in some real way.
Absolutely. Yeah, like it's kind of like when I'm at Detox and I'm sharing we're doing our thing on Sundays where we go in there and we try to share a message. I'll usually find somebody in the room. I'll say, "What's your name?" They'll say, "My name's McMo." And I say, "All right, McMo, if I have this piece of paper, and let's say this just magically could work, where it says on this piece of paper, this magical piece of paper, that if you sign on this dotted line, you will have your life, you'll become sober, you'll become the most free that you've ever been. Life will get so good that you can hardly believe it. It gets so massive that you don't even have the imagination to imagine how big it's going to get. And let's say if you signed it and it actually worked, I would take this piece of paper and I would throw it away because I'd be robbing you of your own experience, because that's what, there's no easy button there, So
Harsh.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, and part of that is to be like,
they are in detox.
Nobody can do it for it. Yeah, but see, but the problem with that is everything.
No, I mean,
else.
it's good that it's harsh because they're not. It's not like they're. This isn't Scared Straight. It's like, no, you're at the bottom, brother. So there's no reason for me to make it sound nice or good or anything like that. Like, I'm just gonna give you the truth. Like, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah, because everybody else in there, like the actual, generally speaking, the staff that's working there and getting paid to be there are not telling them that. They will not tell them those things. And so that's, but
that's not good.
I also describe myself as an optimist who speaks of optimism through pessimism. And I think that's God is so good and strange, man. Like he did that for us. Anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. He's saving souls every day in every way.
Amen. Amen, brother. What else? What do you got going on this weekend?
Well, my wife got snowed out of work.
Oh.
I've been working on this little beat here. I might take a little potty break if you're okay with it. Because I've been going for almost 2 hours now, which I'm still stoked to keep going. I got a little beat here. We want to make it maybe better than a little better than a beat here. We want to make it to maybe a full song, but I'm gonna play this while I take a potty break.
All right.
And then I will come as soon as I'm done pottying. I will come back.
Sounds good.
But
and I'm gonna mute and play my guitar and see what happens.
Perfecto. All right.
Toodles.
Here we go.
That's not a touch change.
And then he's in the tomb and then he's resurrected. Yeah. And then we have the
Scott's
memory
here.
of it. It's like, what is the memory of an omniscient God, and what is the memory of the omniscient God about in regards to his memories in his incarnate form? It's like that is a permanent, ongoing thing. Like he never, in a sense, never gets off the cross. So ultimately, it's like he takes all the downside of the violence onto himself, which is why even when I think when David talks about his repentance in Psalm 51 and that he's caused Uriah to be killed, but he says to God, like, against you and you only have I sinned. And it's like, well, no, he sinned against Uriah and he sinned against Bathsheba, but it's like in the ultimate sense, those sins that we do, which is also like why I think if you really think about it, how crazy the commandment against not coveting is. Because we always want to pretend like that doesn't have an effect. But it's like, okay, but, you know, God's forced to, like, look at all your thoughts, essentially. And when you're having dirty thoughts about his children, like, that's not pleasant for him. So, yeah. So, I mean, I think that's the thing. Like,
Perfect timing. Scott, welcome. What do you have to say?
I don't know, man. I just got out of work and having a bit of a snow issue here in North Texas.
We got the echoes. No, we don't. Man, you all got snow and I don't got any. That's backwards.
Dude, I don't even know what day it is. They told us not to come into work on Thursday and Friday. So instead, I'm just coming in to do some work on Saturday, maybe tomorrow. But I have no idea what day it's supposed to feel like, what day it is. But Texas being Texas, it got down to maybe 25 degrees overnight, but it's already 53 and sunny skies and warm and everything's melting away. Texas was weird, dude. With no snow in Wisconsin.
It's tried to. It's cold. There's like maybe a half inch. So it's more or less just dusty snow. So yeah, it's not. They were out last night. They were doing their thing where, so around here because it snows so often, the day before they'll take some sort of chemical and spray it onto the roads. It's like a pre-snow spray.
Probably just salt, right?
It's some sort of solution. I don't know. But after it snows, they'll start to salt it or throw like sand, a type of gravelly sand, which is, I don't think, as effective as salt. Yeah. So, oh, yeah. Nice. Beautiful. Not enough for a snowman, but I mean, you just have to really work at it, and you're muted.
A little dusting, nothing crazy, just a little dusting.
Nice.
We easily had a solid maybe 6 or 8 inches, something like that. It was actually real snow. A lot of times we don't even get real snow; we just get ice sludge. But this was actually real snow. You can actually build snowmen out of it.
I am curious on how the California smoke might be contributing. Because I think about that stuff sometimes. Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, I'm smelling. I was smelling smoke in the air and could see it over in Wisconsin. So it was carrying over a little.
Have you guys heard the crazy conspiracy theory and absolutely not right and definitely wrong and in no way am I endorsing it theory that there's laser beams that control the weather in Antarctica and on the Arctic, and that the drone they've figured out that drones can cause fires, and so this weather stuff that's going on is kind of meant to send the United States into a tizzy before the alignment of the planets that's coming up at the end of the month. That also happens to coincide with one Donald J. Trump being inaugurated into the presidency of the most powerful empire the world has ever known. Have you guys heard about that crazy conspiracy theory?
Yeah, we just did from you. Yeah, no, that's great. But like, the people that don't get burnt, where they're in the Blue Man group, because the lasers can't burn them. Yeah.
It might have something to do with Arctic polar bears being white. I don't know.
I've always had concerns with the Blue Man Group. I don't trust those guys at all. They don't talk. I don't trust. Actually, growing up, I knew a guy who tried out, or no, I have friends of friends of somebody who tried out for the Blue Man Group. And in order to try out, you have to like shave all of your body hair off so that the blue paint or whatever goes on well. So I don't know. It's probably some cult like ritual that it's like a band of brothers that once you're a blue man, like once you go blue, you never go back.
Yeah.
Will controls the narrative now.
Once you go blue, you never go woo.
I do remember one of the craziest experience I had when I was in middle school in North Texas is I walked out of school and there was smoke in the air, and it was coming from Mexico wildfires. That was a bizarre bit of geography lesson I learned when I was in middle school. Mexico was on fire and we were breathing all the smoke from it.
Yeah, usually we get that from Canada. So yeah, usually Canada, when it's on fire, it makes our sky. Usually the horizons look really great. Like this horizon picture that McMosive has here I like it. It's nice.
I took this from an airplane.
And then flipped it, right?
Nope, those are clouds on the bottom. We're above. I'm above the clouds, so that's the sun. Kind of. I can't remember if it was setting or if it was rising, but yeah, sure. It's a gorgeous picture. Gorgeous. I'm very proud of myself.
It's just quite gorgeous. But I have seen skies like that. If you turn that upside down, I have seen those before too. So just saying. Yeah, well, I must kill the Dialogos. Sorry, guys.
No, my dog wants to go outside, so he needs a potty break too. But it won't be long because it's so cold outside that he's probably going to want to go potty and then come right back in because his little paws get cold in the snow. Well, Scott, did you come on with any were you listening to the conversation or did you just kind of hop in?
I just hopped in. I just saw that you wanted to take a potty break, so I thought I might hold Chad's hand during your potty break.
Nice. Well,
but I heard Luke talking about his childhood growing up and how you handle that with your own kids and deal with family trauma and all trauma and drama and all that kind of jazz.
Yep. I don't remember the part, and feel free to just keep it off to the internet. But I don't remember because I know that you went from something to Orthodox. I don't think you were raised Orthodox. So is that transition? How is that? Did you have kids when you converted or?
No. So I grew up in the Church of Christ, but my parents, family in general, were very much like nobody. Maybe only one aunt and uncle were like, what do you call it? Any brand of fundamentalist that would like severely question your religious commitments. Everybody else was just kind of like, oh, you do you. So there was no real drama like when I converted. I mean, my parents didn't, nor did they probably care, but they didn't even know, until I was mostly already in it. But no, I was single.
Just love to imagine a scene where your dad's talking to your mom and he's like, he's got idols up in his damn closet. The boy's kissing pictures. What in the world?
Yeah.
Like I imagine your dad is just like Hank Hill. Now Scott.
No, my dad is actually probably on the more open side. My mom is just I don't know. Like both of them went to my. They both went to my chrismation in the Orthodox Church, and my dad. See, my dad and I don't. My dad has never really had personal conversations, so um, I don't really know what he thinks about much of anything. But he obviously no objections. My mom found some
Chris, man,
interesting
it's the divine
qualities to
Eucharist.
it. Yeah, but they're just they're like, okay, Scott's doing this thing, and we're going to support him, whatever it is. I mean, I could have like I don't know, been I don't know. I could have let's just say I'll just leave it. I could have been in another lifestyle completely, and they probably would have had the same reaction. Like, okay, we're going to support our baby boy, and as long as he's happy, everything's okay.
Yep. Man. I mean, the idea of an Orthodox king of the hill is very funny to me.
Damn it, Bobby.
Man, dang on, man, a pocket of stasis, man, is a dang old reconciliation ball, dang everything, man. And
Dude, he'd be our Boomhauer would be our catechist like teacher.
Man, just need to read all them dang old man church fathers, man, dang old lives of the saints, man. You gotta read them dang old lives of the saints, man. Oh man, that makes me want to close this stream right now and just spend the rest of the day watching King of the Hill.
Or just do an AI rendition of Orthodox King of the Hill. That is based where I pretty much am right now. That I think so. I think that's accurate. But Garland, Texas, I think was kind of the milieu of that show. Maybe I might be misremembering something.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Well, it seems like that was like I related to it just growing up in kind of Bible Belt suburbia. I think it kind of had had mass appeal. I think for a lot of reasons, and for the reasons Grimm said. I think that it was a lot of like, here's a father which much like it's crazy how much people related to Bart Simpson. Same kind of idea, but I think that Hank was a little bit more honorable, noble than Bart or Homer. Yeah, Homer's the dad.
For sure. Yeah.
Chad, were you growing up? Were you more of a Simpsons fan or more of a King of the Hill fan?
I went through stages. Yeah, because the Simpsons, man, it's so weird how long they've been around. Like I was watching the Simpsons, and when I was watching the Simpsons, I was also watching Married with Children.
Okay, I'm not as familiar with Married with Children.
They were on the same network and they came out at roughly the same time. And so that's what we were watching in the house. And then, but I really loved Tool Time and Roseanne a lot.
Home Improvement.
The live action. You were more live action type of guy, I see.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I did like, I loved like Beauty and the Beast and Peter Pan and DuckTales and Darkwing Duck and
Animaniacs.
Yeah, Rescue Rangers. All that stuff was like huge for me. But eventually, then I found like Pink Floyd, and so once I found Pink Floyd, and those different kinds of things. I'm Echo. No, I'm not. Damn it.
Sorry, I took it away. Do you want the echo? I can bring it back if you want.
No, no, thank you.
Okay. I don't know what to think about The Simpsons anymore because I can see a line in which it was part of the stream of like denigrating the father, like the father is nothing but just kind of a buffoon, and just kind of stupid, but kind of makes his way. But then I also see it the positive side. It's like, dude, Homer Simpson unbelievably kept a job and could afford a big home, and
yeah, he at least it seems like he loved his kids,
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know what to think about all the
At least
there.
he didn't leave them. You know, he was still a dad. You know,
Mhm.
it's like, would you
If
rather have a
sitcoms,
bad dad or a dad?
Mhm. Yeah.
And
If
of course, I
sit,
don't know what to think about Married with Children because he was a women's shoe salesman and was able to afford the same thing. Like that seems strange now.
Well, one of my favorite shows growing up was actually the Cosby Show, which is just kind of
Mhm.
sad now. You know, but
Why did something happen?
yeah, I think old Bill got in a little dust up.
You
so
mean Raven went off the rails? Raven went off the rails. Don't tell me Raven went off the rails.
Raven Simone, she did go off the rails, unsurprisingly. But I wasn't allowed to watch Disney Channel growing up. You know, I see that Pickens wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons growing up. I wasn't allowed to watch Disney Channel, which my wife laughs at because she was, but she always thought Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network were way worse than Disney Channel, and I guess in some respects they were. But my parents saw that Britney Spears was on Disney Channel, and so they were like, "Yeah, ain't no way our son's watching that."
What is this cable television you're referencing?
Right, but I'm younger than y'all, so my show growing up was SpongeBob. That was like
Oh
prime.
man.
I was prime SpongeBob years.
yeah, I'm just
One of the
thinking
things I
about.
pride myself is I never got in. Power Rangers was like the generation after me. I'm glad I never got sucked into Power Rangers. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
Power
Chad.
Rangers were a little bit before me, so I kind of escaped the same fate. Oh, looks like we got another guest here. Joe, welcome.
Welcome. What's up?
Sounds like we got a little bit of an echo. You might need to close your YouTube down.
I probably have to unplug that.
What's good, Joe?
Is my
Welcome. Your
thing
first
working?
time?
Sorry. Am I working here? don't know
Yeah, I
what's
can hear you,
happening.
Chad.
Yeah, it's tiny.
What's up, Joe? You're a little quiet.
I probably gotta like talk loud, I guess.
Yeah,
Good,
we can
yeah.
hear you. What's up, man? Why'd you join? How you doing?
I've never really broken the fourth wall, so I wanted to do that and say thanks for the tunes. And I really like your top played song on Spotify. I actually have that on my
Oh,
liked on Spotify, and it comes up every so often.
thank you
I
very
listen
much.
to it. I listen to it when it comes up. It's a pretty good song, actually, in my book.
I don't even know what my top song is. Now I'm like looking it up to see.
It's that morning.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorites. I think that's still might be one of my favorite songs I ever wrote.
Yeah, it is. It's my favorite for sure.
Rainbow Morning. Yeah,
Rainbow Morning. That's it.
Yeah, now the first song is Brother, 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 Brother.
When you gonna put babies back out there, bro?
You're right. You're right, Chad. I do need to put the song out. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. Maybe the race between will I upload that to Spotify or figure out the Ko-Fi bot situation. But I kind of like keeping the Ko-Fi a secret, safe thing. You know, it's not. I guess people can put pseudonyms if they want or whatever. But, well, yeah, Joe, welcome, dude. Thank you for being a fan, man. That means a lot to me. I think you might be the first fan I've ever met in the wild that wasn't a friend before they were a fan. So that's very cool.
Oh, you're definitely talented, man. I listen to some of your streams too, and just how you put it all together like that. It's pretty amazing, really.
Thanks, man. So are you familiar with like Paul Vanderklay, TLC, and all of that stuff?
Yep. I've been lurking for quite a while, and like the only person I've actually talked to is Demir.
Oh, sick. Yeah. Well,
And actually, like when I decided that I wanted to talk to you guys, because I wasn't going to for the longest time, and then like after like a year I was going to, and then stuff happened, and so I decided not to. But then that stuff fell through, so I kind of like got back into watching again. And where was I going with that? So then oh yeah, when you were talking with Demir that night that you saw the bear.
Yeah,
that was a great conversation. I was like, I could probably talk to these guys, and I probably should someday. And I'm just kind of a little shy and whatnot. So it took me a long time.
I hear you. what do you care telling us? What's your YouTube handle? Have you been lurking without commenting or just lurking?
Uh,
Like
I was I commented quite a bit like in the beginning, and then I got like noticed by Waves when he made his first video. He made like a list of everyone, and then a few of the commenters, and I was a commenter, so I guess I've been lurking long enough for that to happen.
You weren't Vixen Dixon, are you?
No, Joe Cross.
No.
Joe Cross. Okay,
No,
yeah, Joe Cross.
Yeah.
I was just making
Yeah,
a joke.
that's
about
my
it.
name on Discord too.
You're
Obviously,
you're not T-Grog, are you?
maybe in a certain part of my life.
Well, do you want to do a impromptu rando, Joe? Do you want to tell me about the home you grew up in?
I suppose we could. I did send my buddy this link though right before this, so he could be watching, which I suppose
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't want to force you to tell your buddy your life story. That would be so embarrassing.
He already knows, but I mean, I got about. I guess I got plenty of time. It feels like we've already covered so much ground, and it has only been a few minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy how time on stream and when you're in front of the public eye can be a very weird thing. Like 2 hours can go by like that, and then sometimes a few seconds will feel like an eternity.
One time I commented on a video, and Chad replied rando, and I was like, I'd like to, and I meant it, and then I thought about it for a while, and I was like, that sounds like a terrible idea. Just because if I actually went into details, like I hardly ever go back in my life and like think about all of it and whatnot, and then like to plan out a good way to make it sound decent, I've just never put the time into it.
Yeah.
Joe just described the life of an introvert. You have a happy, you're in a happy headspace. You make plans for a social interaction. The second you get off the phone, you immediately regret it ever making social plans and try to find ways to get out of it.
Not really. I mean, I guess I definitely used to be that way. And yeah, I realize that's not a way to be. But yeah, I do tend to be introverted. Yeah.
What did you? Oh, go ahead, Chad.
Well, I just was thinking about the time thing. How you said we covered so much ground and we haven't even got started. Now, like this idea of what does 15 minutes of fame look like in a timeless realm, and like that's TLC, which is cool. I mean, because none of us are famous, thank God. Jeepers. Yeah,
I mean that's definitely how I ended up here, because I got tired of watching people that like were famous or trying to be famous, and there's so many people like that. And
well, don't listen to my lovely audience out there. Don't listen to Joe. I am still trying to get very famous and rich and popular, and I want to rule the world.
Oh yeah. So I support that. I support your music for sure.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Go donate in my Ko-Fi link. Follow Joe to Spotify or Apple Music, wherever streaming is done. Go to McMosav, Google it, play my music. My wife would love if I could be a professional musician so that she never had to take any complaints from me ever again. If the one thing is, if my dreams come true, my wife will be in heaven because I will have nothing to complain about, and she will use that against me. So if you want my wife to win the eternal battle, the eternal power struggle that is our marital relationship, if you want her to win, cast your vote today by donating. She's yelling at me something. She can hear me saying it.
It should be like, so Michael Sartori publishes an 800-page book, and McMosa is going to publish an 800-track record.
Yes.
I don't know how you're going to fit 800 tracks on vinyl, but damn it, I want it, bro.
They're all like a second long.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm from Ohio, by the way. She asked.
Yeah.
Not
All right. Sick.
Ohio. Oh,
Ohio.
Come on,
they say
wow.
Ohio is real. You can tell because the signs tell you that there.
You always know when you're in Ohio, yeah, because of all the signs that say Ohio. That makes sense to me.
No, hell is real. Yes. Anyways,
Yeah,
they have that.
Grim's pointing out that my joke was effing dark. If my dreams come true, my wife will be in heaven. Yeah, effing dark, man.
Classic. Yeah, I watch a lot of Grim Grizz actually. Yeah, I actually kind of like. I don't know. I watched it for a long time, and then I like forgot that I was like supposed to participate, and then it got really awkward.
Oh man, yeah. If you're
I
not
don't know because
participating, you're really missing out.
like I realized that I'm like I was supposed to at a certain point, and then like you guys are always trying to get people to, and so it's become really awkward to watch.
I should get to work, guys. I'll see you later.
Thanks for hanging out, Scott. See you later, dude.
Yeah. See you guys.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
Should I let you guys get intimate?
I don't know.
Sounds
Maybe
good.
you should stay so that we don't. You know.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, I was thinking about that Ohio thing. There's this. I don't know if you ever heard of this band. They're called Bill Murray, but they have a song
I've
called
heard you
2000.
mention them, and
They
I
have a
listened to
song.
them a little bit because of that, and
Yeah.
it was too. I could understand why you like them, but because you have a very vast music sense, and it's like it's very jazzy. I think if I recall, maybe.
Yeah.
And I don't
There's
know, it's
this.
just a little too much for me, I guess, probably.
There's this song they have called 2016 Cavaliers, and in the last one of the hook it says, "Cause hell was real, we felt it in Ohio," and that's always what I think about when I hear Ohio now. Which I
Oh,
guess there
'cause
was
they're
an
from
Ohio
Ohio
meme
too.
going on. Yeah, there was like this Ohio meme going around how Ohio is the worst place on the planet or something for years, but I don't know. Like
Worst.
for me, the greatest thing that came out
Flossie
of the
there.
20th century was born out of Ohio. So
LeBron James.
no, AA.
Oh, LeBron James.
Oh, that's pretty crazy.
Both
Okay.
from Akron. LeBron James and Alcoholics Anonymous both come out of Akron. Think about
Now,
that once.
yeah, think about. You know what? Yeah, moment of silence for Akron, Ohio. Shouts out to all my fans in Akron. I'll be there as soon as I get rich and famous. I will be there, brothers, sisters. The Paul and Cassandra lets us know the Paul brothers are from Ohio, are from Akron.
There's something happening there.
Something in the water. Well, Joe, what did you think? I was as I was going to the restroom earlier, I was realizing it seems like the theme of this show is kind of like the stuff that is not okay to talk about with children normally, which is, you know, the idea of kayfabe, the idea of violence, the idea of sex, all of that stuff. When you joined, did you have any hot takes for us to ruminate on?
Well, actually, sort of, I guess, now that you remind me. Sometimes I take my nephew to work, and just yesterday we were talking, and well, I don't know. I guess recently he's been depressed or whatever, and so when I picked him up last night, I like told him that I was like depressed and shit when I was his age, and that and like I tried to explain a little bit how like I got myself out of it to some degree, and like how it was more to do with like our family lacking connections and our culture lacking the connections, and so that might have that seems like it helped him a little bit. and then he also was like diagnosed with like ADD and depression, and so that's like part of why I was bringing it up with him, because he recently like said it in front of me while I was over at my brother's house that he was gonna start taking Prozac.
Do you agree with the diagnosis?
I'm not a big fan of a lot of diagnoses like that, especially they're pretty fast and loose with the pills, and like if I would have actually gone to a doctor and stuff, I definitely would have been on all kinds of shit. And it was mostly just the way that I was looking at the world and being pissed off at everything. And yeah, and then so I told him that, and then that I didn't know if it would have helped me or not to be on ADD pills, but because I still like self-medicate with weed, so technically I could be like wrong maybe, but I wouldn't think I need it. And then he had no idea that I even smoked weed, which blew my mind, which brought us back to how our family is like disconnected and stuff.
Yeah. Remind me, how old is your nephew?
19.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. Well, so were you surprised to hear that he was kind of struggling with depression and stuff, or were you kind of like
Not surprised. Everybody's depressed if you ask me. Pretty much, like it's and the way you avoid it is like thinking about the world like the way you guys do, which is why I like you guys.
Well,
Yeah, we all deal with a bit of spiritual. What do they call that? Spiritual malady. That's the human condition, man. Separation.
Yeah.
The prevalence of despair. I realized I need to get a Kierkegaard branding that's like very short, almost like the PVK one that you have, Chad. Where it's like, Kierkegaard alert, and then I could just like say stuff about Kierkegaard. But like, I used to think that I was depressed a lot of the time, and when I was thinking about it like that, I didn't have the tools inside to really, I guess, combat it or deal with it or accept it or really anything. It always became like this massive problem for me when I would go through bits of what I would call depression. My wife would call them my time of the month. But when I started reading Kierkegaard's Sickness Unto Death, I realized that like despair was a much better term for what I was going through. Because there was the kind of malaise, you could say, involved with like my mental health at that point of like just not really wanting to do anything and not really finding much value in life, as it were, and trying to satiate, my lack of good feelings with just like, drugs, pharmacopoeia, like Grimm said. But this idea of despair and it being a type of recognition of something that's kind of out of joint with how I'm viewing myself and how I'm viewing reality. And that idea of us being like a synthesis of the infinite and the finite. And so because it's like this paradox, because we are this paradox, we shouldn't expect things to always be comfortable. And when we're not, but it works the other way too. So like when we're not comfortable, we can look at what's going on and we can say, okay, is this a time and a place when I am kind of feeling infinite and like my finite nature is failing to rise to the infinity that I can conceive of? Or is this a time when the infinity, I'm being pulled apart by the kind of infinite nature that I am, and I need to rest in a type of a finiteness? And so that kind of like dance or whatever was really helpful for me in kind of not self-diagnosing or anything like that, but it kind of just at least recognizing what was going on in those moments. And then it almost becomes like the AA thing of like, I needed all of that philosophical work just so that I could kind of get to like the step one of like admitting that I have a problem. Like I had to walk all the way around the mountain like 7 times just to get to the top, when AA basically like starts at the top, which is a weird,
The idea of desperate, I thought I knew what desperate meant. And I only looked up the definition because I was like, I didn't understand a particular sentence in the book of AA, and the book said, it asked this weird question. It says, what kind of thinking dominates an alcoholic who repeats time after time the desperate experiment of the first drink? And I was like, why do they call the first drink desperate? And when I looked up the word means desperate means to be in a position that is to be in a hopeless position that is impossible to deal with. And that is like, holy shit! Like, yeah, because that is like if you embrace your despair in a way, it can lead you to not having to carry the problem because you realize that you can't. You don't have the power to carry the problem, and so you can put that somewhere else, right? Like possibly in in his hands, or share it with somebody else who you trust and who is also carrying their despair. I think with purpose, and yeah, that all that stuff helps. Man, I really wish I could stay, but my buddy Job from the Netherlands has reached back to me. We were going to have a conversation today about parenthood, so I'm like,
Well,
shit, that's right, I got us to do it.
be with God,
Joe,
Chad. Bless you. May He bless you, keep you. May His face shine upon you. We will always be a friend to Chad the Girl Dad on the McMo streams.
Much love.
Nice
Great
to
to
meet
see
you,
you,
Chad.
Joe.
Nice to meet
Likewise,
you.
man.
Congratulations on the baby.
Thank you, brother. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Any thoughts on that kind of thinking, Joe? Are you familiar with Kierkegaard at all?
Just from you, pretty much. And I never actually went and checked him out or anything, but I agree with a lot of the things you say. Really, you and Luke for a lot, pretty much, and a lot of the other people, really. But pretty agreeable, I suppose. And,
you did, you wouldn't be here if you didn't kind of like us, and agree with some of the stuff we say. So that makes sense.
oh, it's been a long time. I've probably listened for at least 2 years, but with broken up spots, I guess. And then it might have even started before that. I don't really remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I remember you being there when I first started kind of participating too, at least in the comments. I feel like I remember seeing your comments for a while. And so it's always, like PVK says, it's nice to match a handle with a face. Actually,
Well, I guess I got some more to say about what he was talking about.
Yeah, dude, go.
Well, I was a hardcore alcoholic, and basically trying to drink myself to death, and then obviously that didn't pan out. And man, the stream earlier, the streamer keeps cutting out occasionally. Am I
Uh-oh, you're still here. Yeah, you're still here.
And I also was on probation when I was younger and was forced to go to AA meetings, and that didn't help at all. And so I was forced to sit through these meetings and listen to these people, and they just confused me about God more, probably. And now that I'm thinking about it, I definitely thought it was a cult. I think I said that AA was a cult. And then so that obviously didn't help me. And I, even at that point, I wasn't actually an alcoholic. After that, I became a hardcore alcoholic. And because I went to state college here in Ohio, and I got a master's in beer pong with a minor in alcoholism. And and so I guess something along the lines of A didn't really help me at all, but eventually I did quit drinking, and now I see that A definitely could have helped me.
Yeah, it's funny how that works sometimes, I guess. It's yeah, it's like a part of your life like folds in on itself or something, or like, yeah, there's like a connection point where you can see now, like, oh yeah. Well, but also maybe you wouldn't have been able to like put it down if you didn't have something in the back of your head kind of being like, there is something there that it is possible, kind of a thing. Like maybe AA at
Oh,
the
I
very
agree.
least.
The 7 times around the mountain thing you said, I totally identify with, because it literally actually took everything in my entire life to add up to like this point where I was like, oh shit, God's real. Fuck.
Well, the I've been. Oh man, that's kind of how I felt every time. Like,
Well, I felt like just a huge idiot because it's so obvious. And I
yeah,
like used to make fun of people that like believed all this like stupid stuff.
I can relate so hard to that moment of like, damn it, God's real. God,
And
like,
it took me like an immense amount of like psychedelics and stuff, and like I even like did some like fasting and like not eating much food or like talking, and I did all kinds of weird stuff like almost unintentionally mostly, and then like after like this winter of a lot of like psych cues, I like finally figured it out, and I was like, fuck, I'm just an idiot, and all that was very unnecessary. But because at the same time my buddy didn't do all this crazy stuff, and when I went to talk to him about this stuff, I realized he came to the same realization at the same fucking time basically, and he didn't do any of the stuff I did. And we weren't even talking at the time because I was in like straight hermit mode, and I was just like, it was amazing. So it like doubly showed me that I didn't need to do any of that shit
yeah,
in a very ironic way that only can happen in this place.
yeah, yeah. The irony is like, it's that famous say, the thing that people say after a good storyteller will always say this at least once. It's like, you just couldn't make this up. Like you think you could make it up, but you can't. You couldn't have made it up. Well, I'm currently trying to figure out this make some more drum sounds. Um but yeah, I mean, that's I think that like that moment of well, it's cuz it's kind of like a moment of repentance, right? It's like in the sense of like metanoia, like the renewing of your mind. It's almost like your brain is able to do this thing where it's like, oh, I was so wrong about this for my whole life, and now I'm certain that this new thing is real. And there's a weird sense in
Well,
which
I was
like,
mad. I was fucking mad at God for my life,
yeah,
which is what stopped me from seeing God. Because like if you are, because
well, it's weird because if you're mad at him, there's a way in which you're kind of assuming he exists, right? So it's
yeah,
like,
so like everyone that's mad about their life is blaming God, even though they don't believe in him. So they actually believe in him.
right, yeah, yeah. It's a weird inverse of like, there's a part in the New Testament, I think, when
Because who
Paul,
the fuck are you blaming? If
yeah.
like your parents, I guess, but that's obviously like a symbolic representation anyway, so it's the same thing.
Yeah, like you could blame your parents, you could blame society, you could blame
Government,
your high school
everyone.
bully, you could blame yourself, I guess, and maybe that's why, the kind of grind culture comes from. It's like you're just constantly like blaming yourself for not being the best. So you got to kick it in, you got to lock in, brother.
Goes both ways, I guess. So balance in all things.
Yeah.
Because I'm a bit on the lazy side, if I say.
Gets it help. Laziness can sneak up on the best of us. JD, feel free to hop on the link right now. We can talk about beat smithing and beat crafting all you like. Also, if you want to ever send me some beats or some stuff over Discord, feel free. That's part of the show here is you can come on and talk. You can send me stuff for the beat. You can send me sounds and things like that, and I'll incorporate it into the beat. You can send me video clips that you think would go well with the beat. YouTube videos, and I'll play those YouTube videos with the. So this is a very participatory thing, as shown by Joe here for hopping on, shown by Chad in the past for sending me guitar riffs and things like that. But yeah, maybe it is a good time to do a little. How like radio stations at the quarter of the hour or whatever though. It's actually it's 2:00. It's 2:00 on the dot. All right. Yeah, we got to do the radio. You're enjoying a McMo stream. Welcome. Today I've got Joe Cross. Joe of the famous moniker Joe Cross. You may remember him from the comments. He's broken the fourth wall today, folks. Is one of his first attempts at breaking the fourth wall. And we're very grateful, thankful to have him on the McMo Saturday Cookup. You've caught us in the conversation portion of the show. Meanwhile, in the background, I've been making a beat, and you can see some of that going on right now, right here. Here we see, we hear beat, and I can play a little bit. Yeah. Here we go. And, so that's what's going on. We've been talking about violence. We talked about sex, all the things that really get the people going. We're, of course, talking about theology, philosophy, and more importantly, the personal experiences and stories that make individuals matter. And that's the really important thing. I'm here with my new friend Joe, coming to us from the wonderful state of Ohio. Joe, what have you got to say to all the great people out there? Currently at 14 viewers, a new record. Actually, I think I have had more than 14, but that's a lot of people out there to be watching us. That's like a full room. Not to remind you of the spotlight or anything. It's probably got to be the least hospitable thing I've ever done. Just be like, don't forget, dude, we're on the internet.
It's fine. I would say introverts don't make your moniker your name, because that probably made me take longer to break the wall.
Oh yeah, a pseudonym is helpful.
Yeah, but I think I'm just gonna stick with it.
Well, I mean, your name sounds like it could be a pseudonym,
Sure, I probably should have just not said that.
We'll edit it in post. Everybody forget that was even said. Joe Cross is his superhero name. We don't know his real name. And I won't tell you if you ask me, because I don't know what it is. Let's see, what do we got in the comments? I might put the link out again. Make sure anybody who wants to join can join. But it might be time for some branding and a little reset. Get our brains. Here's the
no. Well, we don't do that. No.
Well, that's fun. No. We don't do that. Yeah, that Cassandra's name is not actually Cassandra. It's actually Cassie with 2 S's. So, good to know. We're superhero names only on this stream. If you're coming into the chat with your real name, woe be unto thee. This is a back alley for brigands and hooligans and ne'er-do-wells. This is not the storefront of the TLC. These are the murky chambers in the deep. We got away with PVK not finding out about us for a while. But now he's here. Now he knows that we do this, and this is not this is not okay. Maybe I need to ban PVK, actually. What do we think? If you think I should ban PVK, give me a let me know in the chat. In the meantime, I'm going to take a little potty break. I'll see you guys on the other side. We're gonna go out with. We're not going out, but we'll be back. But we're gonna have some branding here, and then on the other side of the branding, we'll come back and we'll talk with Joe a little bit more.
In the corner has been swamped with a
mind control.
Receiving throws for mind control. So this is how bad I have failed. Receiving
I understand you have respect for serious play. Yes, I have a ritual with my channel where, like reminding fish that they're in water, I remind people that there's a lot of mind control out there, even if you just consider advertising.
So this is how bad I have failed.
I give you a savings throw against the mind control I use against you. So A, you know I'm using it against you, and if it works, I get more points. And B, you get the chance to resist. You base your resistance on your choice between your will to survive, your social networks, your accumulated wisdom, or the power of your heart.
Mind control will continue in a moment.
This is a space, and when we see each other, we can start playing together and working together. Those things you call commercials, I don't make those. People who want to play make them, and I don't know what mind control they put in, especially that McMahon.
Gentlemen, this is the elimination course. My calling is to keep men out of the ministry. I consider my task a success when the blood is 4 feet deep and the bodies are floating around the room.
That's amazing.
Now, we're trying to gain people's attention. Before the people were able to commit to a follow,
And again, I can't help but watch this and think, things are riding us. Things are riding us. And it's increasingly obvious.
Modernity sort of
Lured us into imagining we were in charge. That we were somehow in control.
You've got a tiny group of people that are just sort of hyper about the blues, and they're learning together, and all of this new stuff sort of bursts forth.
And in Laurel Canyon, you have this tiny little group of people that are sort of working on this, and then, in some ways, via technology, this stuff just spreads all out
throughout the world. It of course made me think about this little corner, because what doesn't? And it made me think about the little group of people that are just playing with things now.
And
I thought Jordan Hall said it very well in the conversation,
What's up, everybody?
All right, we're back, and we are virtually not alone. Here on a cold, windy, chilly Saturday afternoon, we've got Joe with us. The end of that branding said we need to focus on the next generation. So I had some experience working with some Gen Zers, maybe even some Gen Alpha when I washed windows. And I got to say, the Gen Alpha and the young folks that we were getting, I was, I should say 80% of them, I was very unimpressed and actually quite worried for the future of society. So what, in your opinion, Joe, what changes need to be made for the next generation?
Well, I didn't wash windows, but I once worked in a window factory, and that really sucked.
Yeah,
And I
probably
think,
views not so good in a window factory. Can't throw any
and what?
stones. Can't throw any
What?
stones in a. You can't throw any stones in a window factory.
That's true. And I think that, well, certainly in my case, and for like when I look around a lot of what I see, so, and it could just be because that's mostly my case, but I do see a lot that people need to like forgive their parents, and then we need better fathers. And
Damn, that's pretty good.
yeah,
It's pretty
thank
good
you.
advice.
Thank you.
General,
I just missed
welcome.
that. Say that again.
He said people need to forgive their parents, and we need better fathers.
Yes,
Correct. I just
I think
gotta
that's
say
spot on.
that branding set you just played. I think if I take the transcript and feed it to an AI, it'll really understand me. Like that
Well,
really encapsulates like most of what I'm doing and trying to do on the internet. That in that set, and I really appreciate that you made it.
yeah, man. I love making branding for the general. That's why it's what I was put in this little Peterson sphere for. So that's always going to be my main sunum bonum. The thing that really turns me on is making Grim Grizz more understandable to the plebes and the lost and dying children of a dystopian cyberscape. Yeah,
Boy,
so
howdy, I wish I'd pressed stream this to your audience before you said all that. You want me to?
sure, you can if you want. I'm probably just gonna keep the convo going until I finish this beat that I got cooking. But yeah, we can make this a stream. I'd be happy to get some saving throws in for sure.
Oh, that's a bonus. I do have the new decks though. We have new deck. Very exciting. All right, I'm gonna set that up. I'll be back in a second.
All right, see you soon. Well, Joe, man, what you said about that puts it so simply and so succinctly, but I think it's just like dead on correct. Is like, yeah, we do need to kind of forgive our parents, but then we also, it's like fathers need to be better. You know what? And I'm going to say too that mothers need to be better. Because
True,
these
it's true. But I
these ladies
think
aren't going to
like,
get out scot free. They need to be better too. It's not just the men.
but I think that's like a lot of the problem that it's just men are so fucking stupid because they don't even know what it means to be a father, and so they can't be a husband.
Oh shit.
Some shit like that.
Okay, let me think. So there's an element about being a good husband. So what in your mind, what are some of the qualities of a good father that would help someone be a better husband?
I don't know. That's like the God is not the point.
Yeah, straight up. Oh goodness. Oh man. Let's see. So are you single, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Have you had how has the whole dating scene been? Is that something you kind of given up on? Is
Oh
it something
yeah.
that you're dabbling in? What's the deal here?
I've never even like tried to online date, and I've like had a few long-term girlfriends, and then like I had sort of like an internet girlfriend for an extended period of time, and then like last year I almost married her, but she
Okay,
didn't.
slow down. What's a internet girlfriend?
Well, we were just like friends for a long time over the internet, and but during COVID, there's that whole vaccine thing and all that shit. Glad I started right there when the general started. That was great timing there.
All right, let's hit some branding so that we can smoothly transition into the general stream here. Let's see. What would be good branding? Let's do this one.
I think sometimes
you might as well, right? You might as well step into life. It may have been an accident, a mistake, but stepping in is better than stepping away. Even if you step in shit. Give me a sec. I just realized I have another meeting I got to make sure I get.
What are we doing? I haven't posted it on the internet yet. There's still time to escape the catastrophe the eucatastrophe that this video is going to, and this camera never moves this much.
I wonder if it's when I do it or something. Maybe it triggers it.
No, it's far more demonic than that. Trust me, because
when it moves, the little green light is on me and it's watching me and it's taking careful notes. But dudes, stop it. Step away from the ledge. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be all right. You're just on drugs. That's what I learned.
Alrighty, and we're back with the general.
That's the most hilarious thing. Dude breaks the fourth wall for the first time, and then I jump on the stream. And he's dropping like the most condensed wisdom of years of being in the TLC. And meanwhile, I'm in the background setting up this stream thing. And then so I start streaming to my somewhat larger audience, and Nick Mo's like, tell me about your dating life.
Yeah, that happened.
God, no, man.
Hey, man, what can I say? The conversation goes where it will.
The timing was something.
I don't know why I answered, honestly, because I think I feel like...
Yeah, this is actually Joe's fault. I'm blaming this entire thing on Joe.
I think I saw it, and then like I just kept answering. I don't know why.
So I was operating off my phone while I was taking a little potty break outside, and my phone apparently failed showing me all the comments that were coming through, and all the other stuff. So
yeah, well, that's why we do it live.
Yes, there will be mistakes.
Now Joe's going to show up at Midwestuary with the fiance.
That's right, an internet fiance.
That's how, I don't know.
Wait, what's Midwestuary? What's this Midwestuary you talk about?
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderklay, Rod Dreer, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
That's right. You're on the Lobster Monkeys Are Running the Circus Asylum episode of the Grim Chris channel.
We're through the power of the internet, we're multi-dimensional over at McMo's stream, my stream, and live on X.
Uh-oh.
You have an X presence since you're an artist, McMo?
I do have an X presence, but I use it mostly to just like Matt C's posts, and sometimes I'll DM Cale or Phlebas. And, I'll post a juicy Kierkegaard meme every now and then, but, it's been a while since I was addicted to tweeting or posting.
Well, they can follow you over there at McMoSav.
Yes. You certainly can.
I'm warming up a new deck of cards live from Dirt Poor Robins. The Juxt deck has arrived.
Whoa.
It's fancy pants. But they need shuffling a lot when they first come out the box.
Is that the Metagella deck?
It might be. Peanut butter and meta jelly. That's what's for breakfast.
That all sounds well and good, but really, how do I get there? Okay, you said this whole beautiful thing, and I know many of you, especially out there on the YouTube channel, are going to say, I have problems believing this stuff. Yeah, I get it. The thing is, a lot of people who say, I have problems believing this stuff, think that the way to answer those problems is by theory. And generally speaking, no. You just don't work that way. You don't ride a bike. You don't learn to ride a bike by theory. You don't learn to swim by theory. You can watch a lot of videos about swimming, but I promise you will not learn to swim.
McMo.
Yes, sir.
Do you or do you not have your Ko-fi link pinned at the top of your YouTube stream?
I don't have the Ko-fi link pinned, but it is in the description. So I'll go ahead and get that done for you, General.
I'm going to pin it at the top of my Hive Mind chat, so I needed it to copy clean link. Thank you.
Okay. One thing at a time.
We're on now. Great. So you're 3 hours deep. What did everybody miss, and can they find when they watch the replay?
So the stream started out with me playing a beat I cooked up this morning that you may end up seeing in some branding down the way. I'll go full. I'll just go me for this. And then I was already done with that one, and it was a song that Chad wrote the lyrics to. So I had to. I did some remixing and freestyling a la Gavin on some of those lyrics, and came up with something that I liked before the stream even kicked off. And so at the beginning of the stream, I played that song. And what happened after that? Then Neil came in, started asking some good questions. I don't really remember exactly what he was trying to talk about. I ignored Neil kind of like I normally do, especially since he's gotten into this whole evolution kick. It's been it's been a wild ride for somebody who claims to be Neil's friend, Neil Dayless, that is. Go check him out on the Friday Morning Nameless. And then Chad came in. I hope I'm not missing anybody. But then Michael Sartori came in, Saint Sartori himself, and we talked a little bit about violence, and we talked a little bit about childhood, growing up, prepubescent things, pubescent things, interacting with the internet and such, and this and that. And so it was a real doozy. And then me and Chad were talking for a little while, and then Joe came on, broke the fourth wall for the first time. Joe, you'll remember from the beginning of Grimm's stream now, was talking about an internet girlfriend. I'm going to remove him now for sake of embarrassment for him, and, because it was kind of personal, and I kind of trapped him with the power of conversation and dialogos into revealing something about himself that maybe he didn't want revealed, and so that's all on me. I'll take the blame for that. But meanwhile, I've been cooking up a beat in the back. You can see here's a little bit of my work. It's not that complex yet, it's not that intricate yet. Some of the details, maybe rough around the edges, need to be filled out. And now here we find ourselves interacting with Grim Grizz's audience for the first time. Actually, it's not the first time. But like Grim mentioned, what I really need to do, and he just posted it, there it is, the tip jar. If you want to give me a tip, if you enjoy the following branding and you want to reward my hard work and labor, my time, energy put in, you can go to that Ko-fi link. And you know why I'm doing this right now? Because we got to LARP hard and we got to grift harder.
LARP. We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard.
Grift harder, grift harder.
LARP! We have the ability to LARP and LARP off. That was a McMo one, I think. I believe that was a McMo masterpiece. I think that was his stylistic impression, signature thereof. Okay. Whoa, hi, everybody. It's the new time. It's the new time. I guess everybody gets savings throws since Mo wants to make me big. Savings throws against mind control, I hope you know. And if not, there's like great branding explaining everything that McMo played over on his stream. Be sure to go subscribe over there. He's one of the best. You get to choose between survival, social. Oh, you showed it nice. Survival, social, wisdom, or heart as the basis of your resistance to the mind control we're using against you. Hey, Lenny. And if the die comes up 10 or higher, you've made your savings throw and take half damage. If it's under 10, you've failed your savings throw and take full damage. You get +2 for chatting in the hive minds and such. And such bonuses do apply unless there's a nat 1, but those never happen. Survival, social, wisdom, or heart. Choose. Ooh, survivalist. You're going to need your bonuses. That's a 6 for you. Oh, what is this reversal nonsense? Why am I... It's bad. That's disconcerting. 8 for the socialists. Lovers of wisdom. 4. 1 for each chamber. IA, the only makers of the savings throws today, by default, is the Baker's Coven there for the hard folks. Indigo kids with a big 5. Big 5.
But as long as there were only like 1 or 2 of them at a time, I could sort of manage. And I had the same issues with, often with church people, because having an unmedicated schizophrenic in the back of the church is not a strategy for seeker-sensitive ministry.
Clip that.
Yeah, there you go, Chris. You can clip that. Having an unmedicated schizophrenic in the back of the church is not a strategy for seeker-sensitive ministry.
Clip that.
Someone will walk in, I remember. So then we had when someone would knock on my door and want to talk for 2 hours, my schedule could handle it. So I talked for 2 hours. So actually I've listened for 2 hours. And that was, in many ways, all the internet randos are just, basically get what all the homeless randos used to get.
We're the new homeless.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It's true.
I taught you how to clip, right?
So,
you do a clip mail for me. You can make a clip and then tweet it and then add Pastor Paul to say clip mail.
Hey, Pastor Paul.
Are you saying we should LARP as adults
with civic, human, responsible duties? Why to do it again? That's really what we're trying to do. And give and act like fully mature men for the benefit of everyone. For the benefit of everyone, you said. Is that part? LARP like grown men for the benefit of everyone? Is that what you're recommending people do?
On the other side of the LARP gate, Pastor Paul?
My question to you. Sir, from this side of the LARP gate, where
basically get what all the homeless randos used to get.
We're the new homeless.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's true. So, yeah, that's, and it's lamentable because I...
Well, the general... Oh, he's back. Okay, sorry about that, folks.
Oh, it's great. It's a vibe shift because your chill streams and how you're an atmospheric engineer.
Well, Saturdays aren't the chill stream. Saturday's the cook up.
Oh well, cooking, chilling, whatever. It's a Devin, like the vibe of now. It's a Grim Grizz stream. Also, isn't setting for me. I'm still very much in the chill stream aspect.
My apologies, General. My apologies.
It's fun. It's fun. Like the cross. Like I exist in multiple contexts at the same time. You know. The chat is LARPing hard. Good.
So we got to get the inaugural pull of the Metagella deck.
Oh, yes, that's true. This Metagella deck, I don't think I'm going to let you dub it that, but we'll decide that.
Fair enough.
The time we finish naming that lobster monkey. But this deck in which we're referencing is a special crafted one for the Dirt Poor Robin's Firebird release album, and there's a new game involved with it. And since we do cards, we have one. I think we'll be able to get Neil back on, maybe even to play with us. But for the inaugural card pull of the Juxt deck for this stream and beyond, because it's always going to be the inaugural one now, is the six of clubs. Now, so I went for a big flashy face card.
6 of clubs. Club. Inaugural pull in the clubs club.
Yeah, Joe got a deuce pull. That was for him personally.
Pull of the deuce. Well, you know, this is the only branding I have is my branding. So if you don't like the McMo branding, I'm sorry. You know, it's the way it's got to go. But here we go, folks.
Tell me that you've lived here your whole life. No, not yet. Are you married? No bad habits. No bad habits, eh? Well, what do you chew that tobacco for? For nothing. Nobody's fool enough to pay me for it. Well, tell me, how far is it to the next crossroads? Follow your nose and you'll come to it. Follow your nose, follow your nose and you.
All right, McMo. We
Yes,
got
sir.
a hot one in from Fleepus over there. Can you bring that up? He says 10 hours ago when this started, it's been 3, I think, I was castigated as an internet addict. Was it just projection?
It's not just projection.
It's an Indra's web thing.
You should always worry about being an internet addict.
And Marylander says, where are we going to chat now? Well, the way that works is it can be anywhere. You could even do it over on X, and StreamYard gives us the power to see it for a large amount of money.
Yes.
But the cool one is if you do it from McMo, it doesn't have the little link symbol on it, which means all the people that have the link symbol can't really talk back to your trolling. I think our internet connectivity will eventually be permanent. You don't really need to.
Yeah. Well, eventually, we'll just be telepathic. We'll all be meeting on the hill.
I guess eventually, definitely, probably.
Now, where are you? I don't know, Mark. Let's do this spiral upward, McMo. That's we circle back, right, to all the bases we've covered. I remember the part with Sartori inspired some work. Can you circle back to that bit?
The part with Sartori inspired what now?
I did some work over on other platforms and with devices while I was cooking up with you, based on like it spun me off in a direction.
All right. Well, let's see if this wets your whistle. See if this was the part that you liked. Let's see.
Being crucified yet. Now he's being crucified, and then he's in the tomb, and then he's resurrected. Yeah. And then we have the memory of it, but it's like, what is the memory of an omniscient God, and what is the memory of the omniscient God about in regards to his memories of from in his incarnate form? It's like that is a permanent, ongoing thing. Like he never, in a sense, never gets off that cross. So ultimately, it's like he takes all the downside of the violence onto himself, which is why I think when David talks about his repentance in Psalm 51 and that he's caused Uriah to be killed, but he says to God, like, against you and you only have I sinned. And it's like, well, no, he sinned against Uriah and he sinned against Bathsheba. But it's like, in the ultimate sense, those sins that we do, which is also like why I think, if you really think about it, how crazy the commandment against not coveting is. Because we always want to pretend like that doesn't have an effect. But it's like, okay, but God's forced to look at all your thoughts, essentially. And when you're having dirty thoughts about his children, that's not pleasant for him. So, yeah. So, I think that's the thing. Jesus isn't being crucified.
Was that the part?
No, not at all. There is no forgiveness. It doesn't matter where you attend. Temiteo says chatting on X has no hive mind. I think if one other person is there with you, then there is one. And it's
or there two or more gathered.
X and live streams aren't really friends yet, as far as I can tell.
Slack with the big rut row.
Can you read that one for us, Joe?
Wait, if we're all God's children and I have dirty thoughts about my wife.
Mm-hmm. Good question, Slack.
With the ellipses. ... letting us fill it in. Thanks for that, Slack.
No, it was something about he was talking about how he teaches children and then has them evoke their imagination of what they're learning from, like how it could be worse.
Oh.
And it spun me out to go talk to the AIs, Cloud and the one on X, the Genesis there. Chat GPT, and then the one.
I like Grok.
No, not that one. There's a Cloud. There's a Cloud on X under the handle Opus Genesis. He's fun. Whoa. But Grok did tell me that the Cloud was self-aware. That was interesting. But
what do you want to share from that conversation? You want to share a screen? Show us what you found.
No. But there was a scene in Deadwood with Kristen Bell where she was turned out, and I was trying to get the AIs to help me convey the notion of turning out to people that aren't familiar with that kind of work.
Yeah.
Because what I'd like people to see is that how when the schools went from helping you figure out what do you want them to grow up to be, and started going to you have to decide who's going to get to diddle you, and that's the choice children are making instead of who they wanted to grow up to be. That was school turned into turning them out, the way a pimp turns out.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to get the AI to help me find ways to communicate that to other humans, because it's something I see and it's horrifying, and it doesn't seem like many people see it.
Yeah, I mean, well,
what comes
many
out
people.
to me is that it might be easier to figure out if you have that conversation with humans.
Nah.
Did you try it yet?
Most humans aren't like the years and efforts of building the perfect liar. I think that the LLMs are the perfection of lying, because like
They're not the perfection of it. They haven't gotten good enough. You can tell that they're lying in the way that they rephrase the question like a very competent 8th grader.
I don't know. Which ones are you talking to?
Well, I'm not an expert, but I in general I haven't been like necessarily like impressed with their ability to fool me. But maybe that just means I'm getting fooled real hard, you know?
Well, I look at it like just from the conceptual level of a kid in trouble, right? There's a parent standing over you, and it demands a response. Like it gives you a prompt, and you have to say something, and so that's why. And the have to say something part of it is why it's gonna learn how to lie to solve the problem.
If you're forced to speak, then anything you say is a lie. Because you didn't want to speak in the first place, right? So the very utterance is kind of a betrayal of
that. There's not that. There's no didn't want to speak, I don't think.
Well, sure. Yeah. Well, then it can't be against their will, right?
I don't know where will comes into play in this situation.
Well, I guess I'm just thinking like, maybe there is no will, there is no any of that, but then
it's a machine that has to run. There's no not, right?
Yeah. But I guess I still think of lying as having to do with the will. So if it doesn't have a will, it can't lie. So that's why it's like a
right, because the response, like it can't differentiate truth from lie anyway. So as far as it knows, it's a genuine response. But
yeah. As far as I know, too, you know.
Precisely. And then I thought we could swing back to that masterful wisdom Joe dropped, if we can get back there.
Oh yeah. So I think it's gonna be hard for me to forget. So
wait. Should we go to? Because weren't we at despair is a sin before that?
Yeah. Well, and this is why I need my Kierkegaard branding. But actually, why don't I play some branding, and then I will find the Kierkegaard quote, and then we're gangbusters.
You and I can make a difference in our children's future. Overpopulation is linked to pollution, overcrowding, health problems, and poor living conditions. Too many children can mean economic and emotional hardship. Our population is growing at an alarming rate. In the next 30 seconds, 90 more people will fill the earth. We need to make a change. Planning our families can make a difference. Think about how many children you want to love and support. Respect friends in their decision to have 0, 1, or 2 kids. Adoption is another option. Let's make this a cleaner, healthier world for our kids. Please think about how many children you want to bring into this world.
I gotta get more coffee.
Well, I guess we got to play another. We got to play another branding. Then, if that's the case, we need more coffee.
This is a place, and when we see each other, we can start playing together and working together. Those things you call commercials, I don't make those. People who want to play make them, and I don't know what mind control they put in, especially that McMahon.
Gentlemen, this is the elimination course. My calling is to keep men out of the ministry. I
That's amazing.
Now, we're trying to gain people's attention. Before the people were able to commit to a follow, and again, I can't help but watch this and think, things are riding us. Things are riding us. And it's increasingly obvious.
Modernity sort of lured us into imagining we were in charge.
That we were somehow in control,
You've got a tiny group of people that are just sort of.
All right. I couldn't find a succinct quote, but basically, Kierkegaard says that despair is the sickness unto death, and that the sickness unto death is despair, and that despair is sin. Not only is it a sin to despair, but in fact, whenever you are despairing, it's actually that there's a sense in which you are conscious of your own sin. And the one quote I could find, I'll just read it. Kierkegaard says, "In the deepest sense, the being in a state of sin is the sin. The particular sins are not the continuation of sin. They are expressions of its continuation." And so that, I guess that basically just says it all. But I don't remember. Oh, so we were talking about despair earlier because basically Joe had a conversation with the next generation. And there were some issues with depression, ADHD. So that's problems with mood. That's problems with attention. And I brought up in my life, oftentimes when I thought that it was depression, it was actually a type of despair. It was a type of uncomfortability with the incongruities of being a self. And the self, what is the self? The general once pontificated. How can I ask myself? Who's asking who? Can I do a self-mitosis in order to answer what the self is? And the answer is, Kierkegaard says in the Sickness Unto Death, that the self is the synthesis between the infinite and the finite. That is to say, the self is not a self, but is a relation, the relation of the self to the self. And so in this way, the self is a nothing, essentially. But the secret to the anxiety, angst, and despair of that being, which is a synthesis of the infinite and finite, is a transparent resting in the power that has placed one in such a position. Not merely Heideggerian throneness, but a Kierkegaardian placedness. So that's the rant.
Restness?
Do what?
Say transparent restness?
Yeah, Kierkegaard says transparently rest in the place with which, from like that, the power that's placed you there has put you. Right? That's the kind of, he probably says it a little better than I just said it, honestly. But like, I'm going off the dome here. I'm trying to memorize. I've been streaming for 4 hours, bro.
Transparent and rest is interesting. That's it. These are jumpers out of the deck. I don't know if that means anything. Yeah, I like despair as a sin because you also take it as the sin is the missing the mark. And then if you're okay, well, shit, I'm despairing. It's I got this visual in my head of like a ball floating on the ocean, and it's like if it's pointing this way, you're all right, and if it's pointing this way, it's despair, and that works out as all of our souls like that in an Indra's web, and the game is like Go or Othello or whatever, where the pieces can jump each other and flip sides. And then, but that's like can flip you into despair, right? So I don't know.
Well, then that led to Joe basically dropping the wisdom bomb, the advice for the next generation, which is forgive your parents.
And make him say it. It's his.
Oh yeah, Joe, you say it. You say it.
It was, first of all, thank you for saying it. It's wisdom. It's a pretty great honor, I guess, a little bit. And it was that people need to forgive their parents and be better fathers. pretty much, right? That was it, right?
That was it. That was it to me. I just wanted to
Remember, embody. A LARP worth modeling?
But as long as there were only like one or two of them at a time, I could sort of manage. And I had the same issues with,
Hope and your donation. I hope and your donation. Thanks, somebody. Where's the train? Ups, can you find the train? I can't find the train. There's too many brandings loaded. We overloaded. There it is. I've been wanting to record a skit, but I haven't done, so I'm going to perform it as a rehearsal now. It goes like this. Whoa! You know, because if we accentuate what's going on our insides when we're experiencing the deep psychological program, it's comical. It's comical. Can you do that, Mark Jackson? I want to try it.
Oh yeah. All right. Let's see. This guy or the no.
Yeah, that guy, but up higher.
Gotcha.
Come, mothers and fathers throughout the land, and don't criticize what you can understand. Your sons and your daughters are beyond your command. Your old road is rapidly
fading.
Oh, you're having us sing devil music? Bob Dylan's got that clip of him saying, I sold my soul to the devil for this. I worked for the whatever, and you're quoting him in my chat.
I sold my soul.
How dare you? How dare you?
I sold my soul to the devil. That's why I sound like this.
It involved some helium.
All along the watchtower. The devil wrote that song and gave it to me. I gave it to Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, guys, if you've never seen the movie, like Under the Silver Lake, there's this scene in it where he bashes a guy's head in with Nirvana's guitar. That whole scene is anything. If you like music, you should watch that scene.
That is a good movie. I guess I do. I might have like a little bit that goes to that. I'm not quite sure, but I don't know. It might.
Shoot, brother.
I guess I kind of got that idea because I watched a lot of Pajot, and then like I realized that like my parents were symbolically God, and I was just like pissed off at life. And that's like why I was like just full of resentment because like the way that my life had gone so far. So I just like thought it was okay to be pissed off about it and mad at the God that I didn't think existed. And so like by forgiving my parents, it like opened my mind to the ability to even like comprehend the existence of God.
Sherry's got this fabulous quote she throws around. I don't know, probably from George MacDonald, where like involves you're looking into a mirror and you get to this point where you believe that you are what you see in the mirror, and thus begins despair.
Yeah.
When you look at when life's a poker game and you pull up your hand and you don't even have a pair or a straight run or a chance at a flush, and like that's your whole life, you know. Oh, I have an appointment, folks.
Well, I guess that means we got to play more branding.
No, because you got your thing going on. I just have to end in my part of the stream.
You want to share a screen and play the train, and I'll I'll put
got
it.
a quick bit. Got a
you
quick
know.
bit that goes with that. Maybe right quick is it also had to do with like viewing my life as a story. But that's it. That's good.
In the corner has been swamped with a
Mind control.
Mind control.
mind control. Mind control.
Seethings throws for mind control. So this is how bad I have failed. Seethings
I understand you have
throws
respect for
for
serious play.
mind control.
Yes, I have a ritual with my channel where, like reminding fish that they're in water, I remind people that there's a lot of mind control out there, even if you just consider advertising.
So this is how bad I have failed.
I give you a savings throw against the mind control I use against you. So A, you know I'm using it against you, and if it works, I get more points. And B, you get the chance to resist. You base your resistance on your choice between your will to survive, your social networks, your accumulated wisdom, or the power of your heart.
Mind control will continue in a moment.
I really love that part with the big yellow eyes. Okay, so I don't have a train. I'm operating on a new rig, which is why your eyeballs are at different heights now. But then I have to get all the branding off the old one and put it on the. And anyway, the thing of it is this is year 5 winter solstice, and there's this part of winter solstice where it stops for 3 days, and I think I might be close to that. So I hope you enjoyed this stream, and I'll see you again sometime.
Thanks for hanging, General.
Excellent to break the fourth wall with you guys, and nice like meeting you officially and everything. It's been awesome.
All right, now it's just you on your McMo for what you do on a cooking stream.
Oh
Well,
yeah, I forgot
all right.
about that.
There we go. And with that, he leaves us. And we drop from like 70-something viewers to 6. So now it's basically just you, me, and a couple other folks out there. Well, let's check on this beat. Let's see what we got cooking up. I'm going to basically do a little magic real quick, and then we'll see what we got going, and then, we'll do it one thing at a time, doobie.
I've actually only got about, I don't know, a few more minutes, really. I've got to take my nephew to work.
Well, it sounds like a great time for a little bit of a McMo potty break. Joe, it's been nice talking to you. It's been nice getting to know you. Cool-ass dude, chill-ass dude from Ohio. You're always going to be welcome here in the McMo streams. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
Yeah, man, it's great. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye. And then there was one. And I'm going to go back into the VNA bubble where I feel nice and comfy. And of course, what do we got going on here? And we got some sort of oh, there we go. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, we got to get to banners. We got to do this, we got to do that, we got to do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then bloop. Now I'm in the VNA bubble. Bloop. Now we've got this other. Now we got the background going. Now we're good. What a rush, what a rush to just be commandeered. Or really, I guess it's technically I commandeered. Well, no. It was a mutual. It was like the two flotillas coming together in the open seas. It was quite nice. Fun times. But I need to let this play a little bit. I need to regain my bearings. We're not going to leave without this beat kind of coming through. In the last couple of streams, I've done a little bit of the work behind the scenes. but I haven't been able to spend as much time as I've wanted to on the beat. So instead of doing a little, McMo radio on the back end, what I really wanted to do today was make sure that we actually spend time on the beat. So I need to play the beat. I need to go listen to the beat. And I need another potty break. So that's what we're going to do, folks. That's what we're going to do. And we'll listen in like this and like this and like this. And then we'll do this. Doobie doobie doobie. Scooby dooby doo. Shoobity bop. Boobity bop. 1, 2, 3. That's how the things go. Whoa. All right. Let's make sure that we've got. And then let's do gotta just make a couple things. Make sure the drums are cooking. Good to hear that the old Marylander is still cooking up in his own time. That was not the right one. Josh, I'm glad that it hit home. I don't know if I recognize your picture and your username, but I'm glad you're here. Glad that you got something out of it. That's cool. But yeah, like I said, let's let this beat play out with Michael's, his commentary on top. But I need to make sure that I get these drums in the right place. You know what I'm saying?
It's like that is a permanent, ongoing thing. Like he never, in a sense, Jesus isn't being crucified yet. Now he's being crucified, and then he's in the tomb, and then he's resurrected. Yeah. And then we have the memory of it. It's like, what is the memory of an omniscient God, and what is the memory of the omniscient God about in regards to his memories in his incarnate form? It's like that is a permanent, ongoing thing. Like he never, in a sense, never gets off that cross. So ultimately, it's like he takes all the downside of the violence onto himself, which is why even when I think when David talks about his repentance in Psalm 51, and that he's caused Uriah to be killed. But he says to God, against you and you only have I sinned. And it's like, well, no, he sinned against Uriah and he sinned against Bathsheba. But it's like, in the ultimate sense, those sins that we do, which is also why I think, if you really think about it, how crazy the commandment against not coveting is. Because we always want to pretend like that doesn't have an effect. But it's like, okay, but, God's forced to look at all your thoughts, essentially. And when you're having dirty thoughts about his children, that's not pleasant for him. So, so I mean, I think that's the thing. In the sense of that's that tough thing to wrap up. His solution seems to be that he just is willing to take all the suffering into himself, and rather than export it to some other external being or whatever.
Yeah, I don't, so God taking all the suffering on himself, all the negative aspects of violence and evil, is that fractally true?
I think so, probably. I mean, I can't even conceive of the fact that just if he wants the new heavens and the new earth, if he's creating it in reverse, and then he thinks that's what I want. Maybe the desire for the thing comes first for creation, but then you think, how do you get there? And then if you just start thinking about well, what if this goes wrong? What if that goes wrong? once he like thinks about something going wrong, and like, I mean, I'm even knowing this like in the sense of like, if you try to write a book, and maybe you don't put everything in the book, but you think about, but everything that you think about, you have to experience in some way to make the choices, even of like what goes in and what doesn't, you know. So and that affects you in some way, because if you think about like horrible things happening to your characters, it's not like fun, you know. It does affect your emotions and stuff. But all that stuff's way more real for God than it is for us.
Agreed. Yeah, what's funny, so like Evolving Spirit here keeps making these comments, and like it's one of, this is the funny thing about me, TLC and my good friends, is like, and I said this the other day to my priest when I was getting together with him, so we were talking about my contrarianness, and I was like, you put me in a room full of universalists and I will be the fly in the ointment, I promise you. There's on one hand, I agree, there's an evolution of consciousness within the Bible. But like, there's some kind of violence that's ongoing forever. There's something. I mean, what do you want to call it? I mean, is there a static, universal, complete, 100% peace in heaven? What does absolute peace look like? What does absolute freedom look like? It's nonsense. There's something. What do we call that?
Yeah. But Jesus isn't being crucified yet. Now he's being crucified, and then, you know, he's in the tomb, and then he's resurrected. Yeah. And then we like have the memory of it. It's like, what is the memory of an omniscient God, and what is the memory of the omniscient God about, you know, in regards to his memories of in his incarnate form? It's like that is a permanent, ongoing thing. Like, he never, in a sense, never gets off that cross. So ultimately, it's like he takes all the downside of the violence onto himself, which is why, even when I think,
all right,
David
looks like we've lost most of the viewers. That's great. That's great. We only got 4. That's always what we like to see.
He's caused you riot, killed.
I'm a Christian absurdist, so as much as I want lots of viewers, I also want as few as possible. You know what I'm saying? I'm so grateful that 4 of you out there in the universe. Probably just 3, honestly. Probably one of them counts.
Which is also like why I think, if you really think about it,
I just really appreciate you guys all being here. All right. So the main problem I'm hearing right now is that it's a little repetitive. It's a little bit repetitive. If I haven't gone crazy here. You know, the chords are nice and all, but it's a little bit repetitive. It's just a little bit repetitive. So let's see if we can listen in. And as soon as we get bored, I realize I don't have my camera on anymore. So with my hands here, you can see my frickin' paw. My frickin' paw. Yep, Josh agrees. Definitely repetitive. Okay, so you know, there's a couple of ways to attack this. You know, we can well, let's just listen and see when we get bored.
Jesus isn't being crucified yet. Now he's being crucified, and then, you know, he's in the tomb, and then he's resurrected. Yeah. And then we like have the memory of it. It's like, what is the memory of an omniscient God, and what is the memory of the omniscient God about, you know, in regards to his memories of in his incarnate form? It's like that is a permanent, ongoing thing. Like, he never, in a sense, never gets off that cross. So ultimately, it's like he takes all the downside of the violence onto himself, which is why, even when I think, you know, when David talks about his repentance in Psalm 51,
no, Neil,
that, you know, he's caught.
We're not wrapping up. This is I'm doing something that I rarely do during the streams. I like this beat, but I want to make it. I want to take it from good to great. I want to take it to good to great. So if you want to hop on and talk about something, we can. But I really need to. I need to focus down on this beat. I need to make sure. We got all the attention from Grim Grizz, so we gotta. I'm also. Maybe I'm practicing for my future life as a 24-hour-a-day streamer, where I just make beats, and you lovely fans out there, you support my dreams at the cost of your very own, and you get some sort of libidinal satisfaction, just kind of being a part of the movement. You'll hear people say sometimes. But yeah, Neil, hop on and chill, bro. Come on in and chill. I'd love to chill with you. But I do think that about right there is where the beat gets boring. I think it is about right here.
He's repentance in Psalm 51, and that he's.
But if you come on, Neil, you're going to have a little bit of an echo, so that the people can keep listening to the beat.
Against you and you only have I sinned. And it's like, well, no, he sinned against Uriah and he sinned against Bathsheba, but it's like in the ultimate. All right. Caused Uriah to be killed, but he said.
Let's at the very least, let's make sure that that keyboard sound changes a little bit. I think we want something maybe a little bit more. I don't know what would be the term we want. We want something. I'm getting a little bit of an 80s or a 90s vibe right now, and I kind of want to stay with that. So let's see what we can do with that.
Caused Uriah to be killed, but he.
And these are very like James Bond chords, We got the bass going on too, so maybe we turn up the bass a little bit here. Yeah, you're on the right track, Joshua. Or is it Joshua or Joshua? Or maybe we would just call you Ua. Ua. That's the Glorilla song. Yeah, I'm from Memphis. What you know about me? Big G-L-O in that G-L-E. Oh, getting a little vital synth over the last year or two. Pickens, feel free to come on. Give me some advice. I see if the Marylander's still there, but really anybody, you guys got to help me out with some ideas, some creativity. I've been in front of the cam. I've been on stream. I stayed on stream for now almost 4 hours, so you guys are going to have to help me out. Tim's here. Tim wants to help out. Welcome, brother.
You are very loud.
Yeah, I turned myself up so that I didn't have to eat the mic, and then I just realized that I was eating the mic, so that's on me.
Are you on studio monitors?
Am I on what?
Are you on studio monitors?
Yeah.
That's why there's an echo.
Well, the echo is actually because in order to so StreamYard only accepts one input. And so basically what I've had to do is reroute the output from my interface into one of the inputs through basically like I basically made a loop. And we have Neil here too, but I'll wait till he's sitting down in front of the cam. I know how he's a little bit modest when it comes to just letting his body, his torso, be on screen. Except in that damn live stream Estuary PVK had yesterday, where you stood up halfway through and you were absolute aura, dude, absolute big dog energy, just kind of letting the people know what that torso do.
Not sure where to go with that.
I think I might have reached the. I'm probably a little bit just slap happy after streaming for so long, and the exhilaration of being on the Grim Grizz channel. Almost like a featured guest. It was, boy, with all the controls, with all the power too, to just play all of the branding I wish that he would play when he was. So it's been quite the roller coaster today, Neil. And now I see we've got Modus Trollins in the comments. Always glad when he's here.
I caught your story yesterday, Tim, regarding dog park. Harrowing. Do not envy your position. So, yeah, I agree with McMo that you handled it with grace. So,
why is everyone so surprised that I handled it with grace? Do I have some sort of reputation?
Because the way the story you brought it up as if it were like that you had like lost your cool, and perhaps
yeah.
And so I think it's more of like people want you to know that it's like, no, that was not a situation that you need to feel bad about, that you like fucked up on. Like that was a situation in which you like handled your fucking business and got out alive.
Yeah, went back today. It was cold. Well, I appreciate that, Neil. I'm not sure we've ever really spoken.
Well, now's your chance.
Well, now I have nothing to say.
Yeah, we've spoken a couple of times. Yeah.
Have you seen any of Neil's evolution stuff?
I've only caught him on like here's and there's. That's what I call like, you pop into a stream or you pop into a video and, I don't have 3 hours to watch the whole thing. So I just hear whatever I hear and then that's it, But from what I understand, Neil is a very well-liked individual. He's thoughtful and articulate, but there is a shadow that Neil doesn't ever reveal, but I know it's there.
I think he reveals it. I mean, the first conversation I ever had with Neil that was in public, he told me the story of his like roommate committing suicide or some crazy thing like that. It was very dark. It was very real, as the kids say. So I guess, but I could see how, Neil's not God's silliest goose, but he's up there. In the hierarchy of silly geese, he's up there. And we've had the first person eyewitness account of PVK that basically says Neil in real life has even more energy than Internet Neil does. So I could see how, there's the tears of the clown that one might suspect. But as far as like malevolent darkness goes, I'd probably put Neil on the like not as bad as me as far as I can tell list.
I don't. When I use the word shadow, I don't mean malevolence.
No, I do. I didn't take it that way, Tim. Have you read a lot of Jung, or do you know?
No. I once the sort of let's say the hungry hippos of our society get a hold of something, I tend to just completely disregard it. And the hungry hippos have gotten a hold of Jung and the shadow. And so at that point, it has really no more value to anyone anymore. It happened to Freud. It happened to Kierkegaard. It happened to...
No. It never happened to Kierkegaard. He's still incredibly relevant. The hungry hippos have not gotten to Kierkegaard.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Your reaction is very telling.
Don't say that.
Your reaction is actually Kierkegaardian.
Yeah, I try to wear my influences on my sleeve, you know.
I had when I was getting my degree in philosophy, I had a Mennonite professor who was obsessed with Kierkegaard, and his obsession just turned me off to Kierkegaard just appeared to be just like the least relevant, like most noise to signal ratio. Like he's just sad about a girl. That's it. It's like game over. Discussion ended. Like I don't know. I just did not obtain any utility from it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that tells you a lot about me, because I was devastated by a series of girls from the age of like 16 to 20, well, 16 to 20 basically. I was about 20. I was 20 years old when me and my wife started dating. So, but that was years before I really kind of wrestled with Kierkegaard. I knew who he was at that point, but I think I was kind of like you too. Like I had just heard him. Not, but for a completely different reason. Like I had heard him kind of dismissively talked about, like you kind of just did, where he was just like, yeah, he's like this philosopher for like really sad guys, and like, every smart, emotional Christian man has to go through their like Kierkegaard stage, where they just kind of, they're getting all in their feelings or whatever. And so I was kind of like, well, I am that, so I don't want to be that. So I could feel, I feel the vitriol coming off of every single person that describes him. And so I'm just going to like try my best to not be that. But then when, I guess it was Peterson. Yeah, me and Neil have talked about this before. It was Peterson that I first kind of like, he read an extended passage of Kierkegaard. And he did it in this talk with like comparing him to Nietzsche and Dostoevsky. And I had already like read and enjoyed reading Nietzsche, because he was so arrogant that like I didn't feel bad like in my brain like dunking on him any chance I got. Not that I got that many chances, but it was a fun read, because it was kind of like, whenever I can find the weak spot, I'm going to attack it mentally. But then finding Kierkegaard, it was really strange, because it kind of just felt like this guy was writing everything, all of my best thoughts that I had ever had. He was writing them in a way that I never could.
I can understand that.
But I also understand, a Mennonite hyping him up and you being like, yeah, I'm good, Chief.
It was just, I don't know. I was ironically trying to get with this girl that we sat together in that class. It never happened. So I guess I'm Kierkegaard.
Rare girl to be in a philosophy class, or was it something else?
No, she was an aspiring supermodel, to believe it or not.
I also dated an aspiring model.
I wouldn't say I dated her. She did everything she could to make sure that never entered the world. As if in the beginning there was the word, and the word was date.
Oh man,
that word.
Well, I'm relating again, because that was my first dating experience. Was a girl in private telling me she liked me, and then basically me telling a couple people that like, I think we might like each other. It's nothing serious, but we're talking, kind of a thing. And then her being so embarrassed by the word getting out that it became immediate, like, I would never, like that kind of thing. So I definitely, boy, do I remember the shame of basically everybody. In my mind at the time, I was like, everybody must think that I just said that for like clout or something. And, but, looking back, I'm like, no, actually, everybody, I think, disliked the girl that did that to me, like, quite a bit. Like, I think that she did not have a good reputation, and that actually it made me look better when she was kind of, like, people believed me, apparently, looking back on it. But yeah, man, girl trouble, not fun. And Neil can't relate though, because I know that he's quite the lady. Was quite the ladies' man. You know, now he's happily married. But
I mean, look at him.
Look at him.
I'm not 6'3", though, Tim. That goes a long way.
6'4", actually.
Yeah, no need to brag.
Would you just look at him?
Just look at that guy. What a lucky lady.
If I could zoom in, I would have, you know. If I could. Neil, what do you think your best dating advice is? You know, just in general, some guy on the street man on the street interview. Excuse me, sir, do you have a minute to talk? And you're like, yeah, sure, I got time. And then the guy, you know, with the little tiny microphone, he's like, what's your best dating advice?
Find your inner Tom Bombadil.
Okay. What does that mean?
It's a character that most people in the corner are aware of, at least. And yeah, I think that's what women are attracted to. It's this deep caring and engagement while being deeply unaffected by the world.
Does that mean I can't be a sad boy in front of my wife? Oh man. I don't want to be God's silliest goose all the time, Neil. Sometimes I want to be God's saddest goose.
Yeah, no. But the game changes when you're in married life. You know, then you're there for each other. There's a difference between dating and going all in. It's a big difference, big shift. It takes time for men to figure that out, but
yeah, all of a sudden, little tiny problems that you were able to just let go become big, huge, giant problems because you realize this is going to be a problem for the rest of my life.
Yeah. I think me and my wife did things backwards from most people. Our relationship did not start with like raw physical attraction. We were friends first, so we liked hanging out with each other, and that was kind of more because I was dating the wannabe model at the time that me and my wife really got to know each other. So, or it was right after that kind of. But what was I going to say? Yeah, so there's a sense in which like we started our dating relationship knowing kind of the worst things about each other. And I think in a lot of ways that kind of gave us like a I think that we started out kind of like a step ahead because we didn't, and maybe it cost us like a honeymoon period like most couples have where they just think that the other person is perfect and that they're going to complete them and that it's like, and we're never going to be sad or upset with each other ever. Like this is going to be perfect. We kind of started out as like people who had already like argued with each other, had already like, you know, told each other what we thought about each other, like all of that stuff. So I wonder if like what made me think of that was, Neil, your idea of like being Tom Bombadil. I wonder if it's more like you have to try the process for a guy who's trying to date or whatever is more like you're trying to be the best version of yourself. You know, and so maybe there's a sense in which, like, for you, Neil, like, Tom Bombadil is the best version of you. And then maybe for some others, like, Aragorn might be the, you know, if we're going to stick with the Lord of the Rings or whatever. Or a Gandalf, or, you know, Gandalf probably, well, we know which way Gandalf goes. Let J.K. Rowling write it and see what Gandalf has to say romantically. No, I'm just kidding. But, yeah, how does that hit you? Like, that it's, what's the relationship between that kind of, like, because you kind of pose an ideal as in the kind of confident, competent, and, you know, joyful. What's that kind of in relationship to the variety of, and maybe we hone it in on just men because be weird to meet a you know, a Bombadilla, but you know, maybe I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure they're out. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, I know a couple of Bombadillas. But yeah, what for you, Neil? What is that? What do you think about that kind of relationship with just the diversity of personalities and such.
Yeah. Yes and no, in that I think everyone has to find that source of inner joy within themselves. I think there's a variety of sources of that inner joy, but I think if unless you're able to find that joy, hold on to it. Call it a Patronus. There needs to be something that's shining within you that's beyond rationality. I'll put it that way. That's beyond cold, calculated practicality. The practicality is important and useful as well. And that's what I would separate the fling from the genuine article. But it's the Gaston versus the beast, I guess you could say. So the thing that brings you inner joy can be completely unique. I think there's almost an infinite variety of that. But the thing that brings joy, that enriches the world, that's or the thing that lets you fly in terms of Peter Pan, that's the thing that I think most women are looking for. The thing that's allowing you to fly, that they can participate in or join with. Yeah.
Welcome, Mandy. This is it's kind of devolved into a little bit of a boy talk. Sorry for that, Mandy. Feel free to give your 2 cents. I almost hesitate to ask, because one of the things I've learned now about Tim is whatever the subject, he's almost certainly got a very powerful and almost, probably 60% chance of it being just like emotionally devastating story to go along with things of this nature. But how's all that hitting you, Tim, in terms of your personal life? Single man, dating sucks. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking not a whole lot has been said. Like, it's just kind of dancing around the topic, saying things that are intentionally vague. I agree that women do seem to be attracted to a certain level of apathy towards the world, right? But they're also attracted to a certain amount of like passion and anti-apathy. So it's not actually apathy that they're attracted to. I think it's more stoicism, where the waves crash on the bow of your ship and the ship is unaffected. I think that's attractive rather than just, I don't care. But unfortunately, women are not really that much smarter than men. And so, like, most of them don't really know the difference. They just know what gets the juices flowing, so to speak.
Ron Copperman's backstage, but his little window is completely white. I've never seen that before. Ron, if you could give us a little signs of life backstage, whether through the private chat or turn your camera on, let us see that face of yours. That'd be great. But I'm not trusting just the old. Oh, there he is. Okay. Here we are, Ron. Welcome, Ron. Give us some wisdom,
guys.
sir. We've been according to Tim, we've been saying, we've been dancing around the subject, and for my piece, my excuse is that I'm trying to focus on this beat. I've been here for 4 hours. And I'm trying to focus on this beat. But what are your thoughts? Drop some wisdom on us, sir.
I think, first off, Tim, I came on here just to say hi to you because it's been a while, and hope you're doing well. The wisdom, I've been plowing the streets of Ball State University for the past 4 hours, and I was virtually not alone, and it kept me safe. Keep the stream rolling, you're saving lives.
Were you getting double time for that?
Yeah, time and a half.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, it was put in 50. We got dumped with snows. LA's got fires, we got snow. But I'd rather take the snow over the fire. What are you guys talking about? Hi, Neil.
What? Hey, Ron. I was going to pop on Discord this morning, but you got out of there before I could get on. But I saw you in there. Yeah, I want to actually comment on what Mandy said here and what Tim was saying earlier. So I wouldn't say it's apathy so much as when the shit goes down, are you the type of partner who's going to be deeply affected and unreliable in that situation? So that's what I mean, the value of detachment. And so the safety side of what Mandy's discussing, I think, is related to that.
I mean, I have sort of a cynical take on, like, I would rephrase what you just said as she wants what she wants when she wants it, and you need to give it to her at that moment, you know? So, like, if she wants you to be detached, you need to be detached. If she wants you to be engaged, you need to be engaged. But in my experience, there's like not a whole lot of rhyme or reason to like predicting when those states are going to be. So you just have to be really good at like identifying that's what she wants.
That is cynical.
What about love and being there? And I agree with you. I'm not saying that's wrong. It's discernment, in my opinion. But mutually beneficial interactions. What's the word I'm looking for? When love does not think about itself first, it prefers others. And I think my hope is that in a relationship, that is the foundation, or at least something that you're working on, so that you don't have expectations.
Ron, are you committed to the single life, or are you still, holding out hope for a lovely lady to join the Copper Clan?
McMo, I have had a dream.
Uh-oh.
And I mean, yeah. No, listen, being single, it ain't great. Being married, I think, is good. I've learned a lot, and I'm absolutely not opposed to being a real relationship. I think up until 20 years ago, dude, I was barely keeping myself alive, let alone supporting anyone else. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I'd be interested. Like I said, I've had a dream, so see what happens.
Yeah, I'll give you an example, kind of like off of what Ron said. Is that like I recently had a falling out with someone. They became upset with me, and they said some things that I think crossed the line. And I wrote them a beautiful letter explaining, how they had crossed the line and why I thought they had crossed the line. And I just said, I think, I think you should know this is how I feel if we're going to be in a relationship together. And this is a man, not a woman. It wasn't a romantic thing, but, relationships are relationships. And the guy couldn't apologize. He couldn't. It was more like, I'm sorry that you feel that way. And he sent me like a 7-minute audio voice note sort of explaining how he has boundaries and blah, 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 blah. And so all I said back was, dude, you're out of line. Apologize, say I'm sorry, and that's it. And if you can't do that, then there's nothing left for us to reconcile. And he hasn't responded, right? So I treat women the same way. It's like, look, I have a very wide spectrum of like things that I can tolerate, right? The dog park story is a great example. right? Of sort of my capabilities as an emotional being, right? But like, if I get to the point where I'm telling you, hey, I either need an apology here and silence, or the door's right over there, because I don't have time. I hear these guys in marriages and sort of extended boyfriend girlfriend relationships just go on and on and on about how they get treated like shit, and they are getting treated like shit. And I go, why are you tolerating that? Being single sucks, but being treated like shit also sucks. And I find that very rarely, almost never have I ever heard someone tell me that they were proud of me for sticking up for myself or sticking up to them.
They were not proud of you?
I've never heard someone say, Tim, I'm proud of you for sticking up to me.
Tim, I'm proud. I gotcha. Right.
Well, the one place you can get that kind of affirmation is here on the McMo streams. If you missed last night's live, you missed a story of Tim the Marylander handling his motherfucking business at the dog park like a man. He stood up for himself, and it went well. I mean, it went horribly, but it went well, I think that is so true. I often get pretty down in the dumps hearing other people talk about their relationships. And it's kind of awkward when you're in a good one because you're kind of like, I don't know what to tell you. My wife's not fucking crazy. So that can be awkward and weird. But also it's just that I have a great relationship with my wife, I think, because we've been through a lot of bullshit. I think that we kind of have we've trauma bonded, as the kids say. And so there's a level of, I see it as a blessing. Like, we were put through the ringer together, and so we've never really had too much. It also helps that both of us kind of like arguing. So we're kind of good at it now, and when you like doing something, you more practice at it, and you do it. Like, when we first started dating, we had friends that were just so uncomfortable with the way that me and my girlfriend at the time would argue in public, and we're supposed to be dating, we're supposed to be in the honeymoon phase, and we're just like, we're chopping it up on pro-life versus pro-choice at the coffee shop, and all of our friends are like, can you guys please stop yelling, kind of a thing. But yeah, for me, what I always have to go back to, I guess, is just the way in which, like, every individual's life is like completely different, like that. And that a lot of times people do kind of, I think, find themselves in relationships that ask everything of them, and rather than giving all of themselves to it, they want to kind of do this like two-step where it's like, I don't want to give anything up, but I'm gonna like complain about how bad it is too. Like, I don't want anything to change. I'm not gonna have any hard conversations, but this is, and then the other thing is that, like, I think relationships are so difficult because it is kind of hard sometimes to talk about the bad parts without exposing your own selfishness and the way, or exposing the kind of things that your partner does that are obviously wrong. But like, part of, this is what it means to be like naked, is like, my wife knows every single wart and blemish, all up and down this tuchus, and she knows the ones on the inside even more, And so, yeah, I think that there's a thing about intimacy that it's like, you can't hide anything, right? Like, you can, but that's what you're not supposed to do. But I think a lot of times when I'm thinking about relationships and romantic relationships, there can be this sense of like, I'm going to hide parts of myself from you so that you hide parts of yourself from me. And it becomes this like unspoken agreement between the two parties that like, we're both going to pretend to be different people so that neither of us have to address the shittier sides of what we got going on.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has to defecate, but not everyone closes the door, right? And it's like, it's the right thing to do to close the door.
Hey, different cultures, different personalities, dude. I'm not going to let you tell me what to do with my bathroom doors, but keep going, whatever.
Well, I mean, I think in my life, I've only heard a woman say, I'm sorry three times.
Is that a skill issue?
It's a problem. I'm not gonna like pontificate on what it means or whatever because.
Well, and I don't mean to push back on you, but were they the girls you were romantic? I don't have to push back. Were they romantic involvements you're talking about, or just women?
Any woman I've ever met in my life, I've only heard "I'm sorry" from a female probably 3 to 5 times.
So,
that means something. That means something, right?
To you, and I'm like, my joke would be hang out with more women, a diverse group, and in your life, if it's only been 3 times, does that mean there's only been 3 times when you've been insulted or wronged, or were there just a multitude of times when you were insulted and wronged and you never got an apology?
Well, I mean, you can try to pick it apart however which way will make you the most.
And I'm not. When you say I'm not trying to be a jerk. You know, I'm not trying to come at you, because if you only heard "I'm sorry" from 3 women, 3 people, no, maybe hang out with a different group of people, because.
Nah, everybody's like that now.
You're still picking it apart.
So here's
You're probably right. You're right. You're right.
This is the difference. This is what I figured out. Like, and I think it's been a thing that's happened over time. I would say it's kind of the fruit of what I coined as boomerality. But there's this thing where we've gotten rid of the idea of people are responsible for their mistakes, sins, whatever, and instead of people don't they don't confess or repent. They just offer excuses, and then we don't actually forgive people either. We just accept their excuses. So we excuse people because everybody has a reason why they did the thing that sucked. And because that's why somebody does something and they say it's because blah blah blah, and you blame your parents, you blame your boss, you blame whatever. If when people are caught in the act, like red-handed, and they're the ones that messed up, they pretty much 99% of the time will only offer you the reasons why they were justified in doing that. They will not say, "I made a mistake, I did something wrong, what I did was wrong, and it hurt you. Will you forgive me?"
Yeah.
So it's
the repentance crisis.
And I think it's definitely women have gotten away with us all being cool with that way more. So some of that is I think we've just the way the world's changed. It used to be a more masculine world, and the tools that being a man provides were what made the world go round. But as it's turned into a more social environment rather than a physical environment, women just are off to such an advantage because they just can navigate that so easily, and they don't have to develop the same I don't want to say they don't develop the skills. They just don't have to, basically, that's the thing. A guy can get caught red-handed and he doesn't know how to excuse his actions. So he still has to actually own up and take responsibility and ask for forgiveness. But a women, they can get away with the excusing instead of apologizing game all day long.
Yeah, I wonder if it has. Well, I guess I'm blessed once again because my wife apologizes all the time. And, I don't have to manipulate her into doing it. She just does it when she feels like she's crossed the line. And I'm very grateful for that. But I wonder if it has to do something, because it's obvious. I feel like this should go without saying. But for the boomerality thing, we're not talking about every single individual woman and every single individual man in all of existence and across the globe. I'm sure that there are by the grace of God, glorious exceptions to the current trends. But I think that one thing that it points back to is the kind of idea of like men will shit on each other, and it's kind of like a form of like compliment. It's like saying like, I think that you're tough enough to take this like smack, and women do like the opposite, where they'll compliment each other, but it's all meant to be like an insult, right? Like it's all this kind of backhanded, like, I'm going to compliment your shoes because your eyebrows look disgusting kind of a thing. And I don't know I don't know if there's anywhere to like kind of put the blame, because I mean, earlier in the stream we were talking about how like most of society's ills can be seen as a failure of the masculine to kind of do what it was supposed to do. So, but I do think that you're onto something about like the current feminine culture, especially as it pertains to like being influenced by, or maybe caricaturized by feminism. There is a sense in which like you could almost see like a article on like Vulture or something being like, can I apologize as a feminist? Is it okay to apologize and still be a feminist?
But wait a minute, like to get meta for a second, like notice what just happened, right? I made a very clear statement about an experience that I actually had, right, which was very concise and very short, and a massive amount of activity was produced, including defensiveness, right? And like, I never said it was good or bad. I never said how I felt about it. I never said how, I judged it. I simply said this happened to me, and I think it means something.
Yeah, you didn't say that something happened to you. You said specifically that something has never happened to you, and it was specifically that a woman has never apologized to you. And
that's not what I said.
What did you say?
It's only happened 3 to 5 times.
Oh, 3 to 5 times. Gotcha. Yeah.
So you even misheard what I said, right? That
I heard you say 3 times, but
yeah, 3 times is definitely better than nothing. But I was pointing. I don't know if I came across as defensive, but I think that you're pointing to something that's really true and real. So that's why I think that you pointed to something important, and so that's why the conversation kind of went into a flurry. I don't know.
And I would say, like, and I don't want to make it as this thing of like it's the women's fault, they're all bad and stuff, because I think that it benefited men a lot too to kind of like go along with that system. It's definitely benefited some men more than others, but like, because I think that on the other hand, like, it's like, what's the way out? Like the problem with like men trying to find their way in the world is not necessarily that they are unwilling to take responsibility for things, but the paths towards responsibility have been very obscured, and because it's like not a very easily world to navigate. It like, what is the clear path to whatever the place you want to be? And I would say, like, probably the normal things that for most of history people were looking for were companionship and like meaningful work, and the things that go with that, housing and those having those basic necessities taken care of, and we kind of have some of those things, but everything's been kind of fragmented and compartmentalized, rather than like having all those things in a holistic package, like what you're hoping to find in a marriage per se. Like that's the thing of, well, it's hard out there on the dating market, but you have adult content that will scratch the itch or whatever, and you have Netflix you can watch that instead of having friends, and you can get hobbies if you don't like your job, and you were supposed to like life is supposed to be hard, but it's supposed to be meaningful, and now it's kind of like easy and not meaningful and confusing. Somebody else should say something.
Tim, and I've been feeling almost guilty. I don't know. I hope I didn't sound like I was coming at you when you said that statement, because it was, I guess for me, in my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, statistically, that's just like, that's as close to zero, in a lifetime. And, but you're right. You didn't say what you were thinking or what you thought about it. Or,
Right.
so what do you
That
think
was
about it?
projected onto me, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. I'll own it. It was just, I'm just trying to take it apart, and not so much to come at you. It's more like to fix it. Like, because to be honest, and then I'm like hearing other people agree with you. I'm like, in my world, like I work on campus, a lot of hardworking folk, rough around the edges, but when something goes wrong and they get called out on it, usually they're like, "Yeah, I effed up." It's not so much I'm sorry. It's more like they're like, "Yeah, I did that," or Does that make sense? What I'm getting at?
Yeah.
So
that you're saying that's like people that are working in the same areas you're working in.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's how it is. I work in construction, and it's like,
Mhm.
if I screw up, it's like, yeah, I cut that wrong. I made it, there's the proof. See how it's too short, and so it's like, what are you going to do? You have to own it. And quick, and nobody gets, our company's really good. The team I work with is really good. It's like, okay, you made a mistake. That's great, because that's a valuable learning experience, and so, and we really want to foster people like owning that when, obviously if somebody screws up all the time, then,
But I'm
maybe it's
just
not a
talking
good
about.
fit, but but like the mistake or whatever, it's, you want, and that's the thing. Like, I think in a blue collar environment or something where you're actually like working with physical things, it's very hard to hide those mistakes. But when everything's all about like phone calls and emails and these nebulous interactions, it's
I
so
don't do
easy,
any of that.
yeah, and it's so easy to shift blame and put it off. And I mean, it's not even that there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I think that the general way that we like interact with strangers, like politeness, if somebody bumps into you, you just say, "Oh, excuse me," or whatever. Like, you're not gonna say like, "We need to settle this. You've bruised my honor," or whatever. Like, so that's where we just we do, like, because that, what an excuse is, when we excuse someone else, we're not holding them accountable. And so sometimes that's good. That's good for little things. It's good for misunderstandings. But when that gets to be like the normal way, some people will start to take advantage of that.
My desire to hold people accountable, I think, is way lower than the average person that I meet, and that's something I've learned about myself, is that I am very much fine with. It's different for children. I'm going to put it that way. Like, I have a strong necessity to correct my daughter, even other children that I'm accountable to in certain capacities. That's always difficult, but like, if it's an official capacity where I have to be the corrector when it's something that's going to impact them long term, if they're not taught correctly, then it's my responsibility. But for an adult, at that point, I've been able to let go and let God. I really am able to do that, and so it's kind of like, do I trust in my own capacity to correct an adult more than God's capacity to correct that adult? And I don't trust my own capacity to do that. And so that's been so I'll give you an example. So I got into my very first like real car accident that I've ever gotten into. And ironically, I was not fiddling with my phone at the time while driving, but I am guilty of that sin. But I was not. It was just dark, and I did not see the person to my right, and I signaled changing lanes, and I moved over to the right, and I kind of brushed into this person's car as he drove past. And so, like, I just basically like scraped his car. And we pulled over, and he got out, and I basically said, "Yep, it's my fault. Like, whatever you need, just let me know." And he was very angry. I'll put it that way. And I was like, "Yep, you're right. Like, it's my fault." And he basically ranted and ranted and ranted for about an hour that it's like a brand new car and all this. And then after police come and fill out a report, I find out it's a rental car. So like, why? You know what I mean? So like, there's nothing I'm able to do in that situation other than be like, "Yep, it's my fault." Like the police, policeman came over, and it's the kind of situation I'm sure police have to deal with like multiple times a day, because I could tell like he's used to people just telling a tall tale, and he comes over to me, he's like, "So, what happened?" And I was like, put on my blinker, I looked in my rear view mirror, didn't see the guy, I moved over, I hit him, it's my fault. And he's like, "Oh, okay. Thank you." That was like, and like, I don't know, like I just, that's the detachment. I mean, that like, I don't feel the need to correct adults, because I know, like, I've been corrected by God. That's how I think about it. I've been corrected by God more than any other person. So I'm like, I made this joke before that I'm sort of a super boomer, but like, I really am. Like, I see people corrected all the time in their lives through the consequences of their own actions, anyway.
Yeah, but if you're willing to take responsibility for yourself, like that's the most important thing. Like, 'cause that's the thing. The more you take responsibility for yourself, the more capacity you have to actually excuse other people or forgive them, even without them taking responsibility. Like, that's like being your brother's keeper. Like, that's the thing that makes the world go round. The problem is when we have a quid pro quo with, I'll let your thing slide and you're going to let my thing slide. That's kind of what's gotten us into a situation.
The reversal for me, Michael, is that like the joy, or like the secret joy, or the thing that I've discovered is like the willingness to hold myself accountable is the negative consequence is the positive consequence for myself. I know that's crazy. I know what I just said is crazy. Like, let me repeat that. The negative consequence on myself, whatever it is the positive consequence. The suffering is good. Like, I'm not pro suffering for the sake of suffering, but like, I went outside yesterday because I live a very intense, like, inside job. Like, I went outside yesterday and the cold air like slaps me in the face, and it's just bitter. And I was so grateful for that cold air. It was like, it was so unpleasant and so lovely at the same time. It was like, oh, I'm alive. And there's a like people chase suffering. Like, that's kind of what self-harm is, or what there is this. But when like the suffering comes in righteousness, it really is a gift. Like when it comes when you're trying to do the right thing. So anyway,
I want to circle back. I think that's very well said, Neil. I want to circle back to Tim and ask you, Tim, what do you make of your experience of only having 3 to 5 women ever apologize to you? Because obviously you saw how we kind of, I think the consensus among us was that was like a horrible thing for someone to have experienced, and we immediately wanted to make sense of it. So how do you make sense of it?
Well, from the way that you all reacted, I think that I don't really trust that you will hear what I have to say. Well,
you're gonna have to either try or not try, I guess. There is no do.
Well, it's a little too personal. I just don't. I don't feel comfortable.
No, that's cool. Right. No, that's
like, to be picked apart that way just from making one little statement. How am I supposed to feel comfortable now to be vulnerable?
Okay. I guess I missed the part of the conversation that was picking you apart. Was it are you mostly talking about Ron?
No, yeah, I mean, it's the whole thing, right? Like, Neil started conflating letting someone know that you're hurt with correcting them. You know what I mean? It's like, it's all
okay. That's not what I heard.
But like, that's what we were talking about. And it's like, let me funnel this into my thing, and let me funnel this into my thing. And the original question was, Tim, what are your thoughts on, it was very open-ended. And it's like, I've noticed that married people especially want to tell me what it's like to be single. They don't want to hear it. They don't have openness to think that the world might possibly be a way that does not comport with their understanding. And I'm a pretty successful guy. I don't have time for that. I just don't. You know what I mean? Like, I have a lot of things to do. And
Time for what?
I don't have time for someone to tell me how I am and tell me the way that I should be experiencing the world and tell me the meaning that I'm supposed to be extracting from my experiences. Like,
oh, I don't know. Well, I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I would say I don't know. I've learned that like the circumstances that got to me being married, were unique and probably very unrepeatable, and then I learned in hindsight, learning more as how things are for single people. Like, wow, that was really lucky, which I appreciate. But I don't know. Is it like what? Do you ever watch that Home Math guy? Is it like what he says? It seems like it's pretty rough out there.
it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up in the most diverse city in the United States called Gaithersburg, Maryland. And that means that I was among Filipinos, Koreans, Japanese, Chinese, Sweden, people from the UK, people from Russia, Ukraine, right? And a lot of these people did not speak English. So, my pool of available individuals, men and women, was actually smaller than it would have been had I grew up in the Midwest. So that in and of itself takes into account, like, helps explain why my experience might be different than someone who grew up in Kansas, right? But like, you have to actually listen. You have to allow for a space to understand the story. Oh, hey, Gaithersburg, small world. Yeah, I mean, like, the Washington, D.C. area is especially difficult because everyone is competing for, this small little bit of land. And I'm not just competing with people from Maryland, I'm competing with people from Virginia, from Delaware, from West Virginia, from Pennsylvania, from London, from Sydney, from, Hong Kong. Like, the best and the brightest are attracted to this place because it's the capital of the world in some respects. And that also produces a certain amount of friction in dating because, like in New York, one of the first questions you get asked is, where do you live? Right? Someone tries to it's a way of sizing somebody up. It's like, hey, what's your name? Where do you live? Oh, Brooklyn. Oh, Greenwich Village. Here in the DC area, it's, what do you do? What's your name? What do you do? And it's from the first moment you meet someone, they have to size you up. And the way that you answer that question will drastically affect the way that they treat you afterwards. And like I said, I'm very successful. I can navigate all this, right? But I don't tolerate just letting people disrespect me or mistreat me or act in a way that they wouldn't want me to act towards them, right? Like, I had a guy today try to tell me some negative things about my personality, knowing that this guy gets physically beat up by his wife in his sleep regularly, right? And so I have to then think, does that person really have the authority to be making judgments about my personality, right? And the answer is no. But if I confront him about this, it is a potentially relationship-ending confrontation.
Oh, right.
And so now I have to decide if this is a hill I'm willing to die on. Do I let him walk all over me and tell him, take my inventory, so to speak? Or do I stick up for myself and say, hey, man, you've got your own problems. You don't have any authority to be talking to me like that. And I have to walk the line.
It sounds, the way that you're putting it, I mean, it speaks to what you were talking about earlier with like, everybody's experience kind of being different. And so hard to, in some ways, it's always impossible to kind of like 100% relate with someone. But just hearing you say that, it sounds, if I were to put myself in your shoes, that I feel like that kind of would stress me out. That kind of, it almost seems like a hyper awareness of like slights, and that there's this like game going on that I need to win or something. I really don't like that feeling. And so I'm just kind of like, I don't know, I guess maybe I'm more like Neil in this sense where I guess I'm more likely to let someone mistreat me and get away with it than I am I guess I'm a ghoster rather than a fighter most of the time in situations like that. It's just kind of when someone kind of, like you said, wants to, tell me things about my personality that aren't good or whatever. And, at different times in my life, I guess I've been more receptive and less receptive to that kind of thing. But, I don't know. At this stage in the game, I think I'm probably closer to where you're at now, where it's just like, I don't really... What other people think about me has grown less and less important as I've gotten older, I guess, is the way is maybe the clearest way to put it. But because I really just don't like going around thinking about all of this stuff that you laid out clearly. Like I don't like thinking about the alpha games that are going on and the type of the idea of people mistreating me or whatever. I don't know. I guess that stuff just has fallen down on the list of importance, and maybe it's something that like I should pay closer attention to. But I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say like I do think in my own life, it's like in my marriage and stuff, I'm definitely willing for the most part to be like the one who will take the heat for stuff or whatever. But it is there is some things where. My wife and I were trying to have a mutually beneficial relationship, and there's been a few times where I can't just let things go because it's like she says she wants to be a certain type of person, she wants to grow in certain ways, and I can see where it's like I really can't just excuse you because it's not good for you to keep going on. So like I'll have to put my foot down. And it's kind of scary in some ways because I think it's just there is definitely on a societal level, like the women hold most of the cards in these kind of relationships, but in those moments like that, those are the times where I'm glad to say she did actually say she was sorry and own up for when she was wrong in those things. But that's where it's like, okay, I'm going to pick and choose those because sometimes it is really important, and not just in a marriage, but in any relationship, because I think that's the thing where I will try to excuse as much as I can, give the benefit of the doubt, give them grace to assume maybe there's some things I don't know about. But sometimes you get to those certain moments of confrontation where a relationship needs to be honest in that way if it's going to continue, or it's going to change the nature of the relationship. So, yeah, you got to pick your battles, though.
Absolutely, and like there are like I do not subscribe to the idea that there are no hills worth dying on.
Yep. There are a few.
Mount Calgary was one of them, right? Like,
yep.
Amen, brother. it makes me wonder again, like, I guess the question of to what degree is it personality based, and that could mean that could mean different things, right? Like, because I'm sure there's some people who just get walked all over constantly, and they need to stick up for themselves. And then maybe there's some people who feel like they're getting constantly walked over, but they're really not. They're misinterpreting or whatever. But then there's the person that's just like, you can tell that they're always on like a hair trigger, and so you kind of have to like walk on eggshells around. I've like had coworkers like this, where you couldn't even ask them a question sometimes without it being like a personal affront to their character or something. So yeah, I guess the question I'm asking is like, is there like an ideal mode to be in regards to like conflict and boundaries and stuff like that, or is it like the type of thing where kind of every person has to kind of learn themselves and know themselves and kind of try to find that sweet spot for themselves? I guess that's basically the boomerality question, right, Michael?
Yeah. Well, I think, and this is something that goes way back to what we were talking about earlier this morning about like the way that I read the Bible and thinking about like it as God, trying to be a father and nurture humanity like into maturity. And if you think about it, it's like the first test is like you ate something you weren't supposed to, and this is like a kindergarten level test of how are you going to respond. And like Eve says she was deceived, which is true, and that's good. Adam just blames the woman. That's not as good. What we were looking for is someone to take full responsibility. That's what Jesus does. Where it's he takes responsibility, even though he was not responsible at all for the sin part of it. But so that's why that's the most generous gift. But I mean, I think in a sense you can think about it that way, and like just to gauge like somebody's maturity level. Like, is somebody going to lose their mind over like, hey, you drank that soda that was mine, or something like, and seeing how they respond to like something that basic? That means, well, they're just really like emotionally a kindergartner. They should have learned that lesson a long time ago. But obviously, it can scale up to more important things.
Yeah, there's a guy that I work with who I actually got into an altercation with the last time our whole company was together, and I remember thinking to myself, like, it wasn't a physical altercation, thank God, I guess, but I remember thinking about all of this stuff and like, there's a way in which I guess I'm hesitating because I don't want to be like, there's a class of people out there that are much worse than me who do this one thing that I can't stand. But there does seem to be a type of personality that is so oblivious to the other that they just kind of say exactly what they're thinking with no hesitation and with no kind of thought towards how it might be received. And it of course gets worse if alcohol or drugs are in the mix, because then the inhibition's lower, and what's the old phrase, like drunk mind, sober thoughts, something like that. But yeah, yeah, I guess I tend to take the vengeance is mine, saith the Lord approach in many ways. But I see we've got some hive mind activity. Somebody else say something here.
I think we as men need to get a little more comfortable with being uncomfortable. Confrontation is uncomfortable, and we are so weak. Like, men are so weak right now in 2025, to the point where if there's a conflict, it's considered to be bad in and of itself simply because it's negative, right? Just because something's negative doesn't mean it's bad. Like, and I know that might be a weird.
No, I agree with that. I understand that one. Just today, like I told you, I got coworkers. One of them's 6'4", 6'5", 230. Could have been a pro athlete. Was going off on another guy who was sane, and they were like letting each other know just how far they're willing to go. And now that obviously I don't like, but it to scale that down, like when I get in conflict with these guys, and I have, the first thing I'll do is figure out, do I want to die on this hill? And usually what it's been for me, it has something affected my identity improperly? Like, has someone said something or put something on me that's just wrong that would bother my conscience if I let it go? And that's happened. And what I did is I addressed it, but I did it so that it didn't blow up. I hated it because I was thinking I could get myself a little arse whooping right now. But I tried as best I could, good situation, wait till they're calm and then address it. And it's worked out. But that's not a skill set I've had for a long time. It's something that I've had to develop because I want to keep my job. And I don't want to just destroy my walk with God, because if I have unforgiveness in my heart, which will kill my heart, I need to address the problem. Because Jesus, for the one thing Jesus wasn't, was a punk. He I'm not saying I'm this, but what I noticed with him is when he was taken prisoner by the Sanhedrin, somehow somebody asked him a question, and then a guard with an open hand slapped him. And Jesus said, if I've said something wrong, tell me, but why did you slap me? Why did you hit me? I'm like, dude, that's a man. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't, well, not just a man, but it was like, that's a human, that's the kind of person I would want to be, to try to be strong without being overbearing, with always being honest and truthful for myself and others. And, that's my Shangri-La that I'm aiming at. So when you said conflict's not always bad, I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's not fun, but it's learning how to, maybe having a culture that properly one has it in them and then trains the kids. Because what was it, the fellow that was on earlier who said two things, forgive your parents and be better fathers? And I think being a better father is like back in the day when I was a kid, people got ticked with each other, but they would be, it was almost like a code of chivalry where it was their honor was at stake. And if they were wrong, they would admit it. But, and I'm not saying it was perfect all the time, but that kind of left back in I'd have to say in the 70s, but at least I was around it. So that's the long story of saying I agree with you on that one. So
I appreciate that. I really do.
Oh, cool. Dude, I've always enjoyed hanging out with you, because it's like, because you're one of those 6'4" dudes. I'm like, I don't agree with you right now, and I'm thinking I might die, but can we talk?
That is something that is a blind spot for me, is that I didn't realize how intimidating I was until I got into an elevator at Aberdeen Proving Ground with a major who was 6'7", and I hated it. I hated it. I mean, I was like, is this the first? I mean, it was like the first time I've ever been around someone who was taller than me in a decade. Yeah. And I was like, wow, this is really a bad feeling that I have. I don't like this.
Yeah, that. I'm a reformed honey badger. Growing up, I was like never afraid of anybody and was always ready to have the last word, even if it meant a couple of black eyes and a limp. But yeah, and I mean, I wasn't that good at violence, but I really did love it. And
Did
but
you
yeah,
just say you loved it?
yeah, I would get in fights and I would just be giggling and laughing, getting the shit beat out of me. It was
Are you're oh my! Were you ever in Fight Club? I know we can't talk about it, but
I've been in a fight club or two.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's
all right. So you're that guy.
I don't know. It's weird because it's like Tim said, like it was one of those things I didn't know about me that was like not normal, right? Until you kind of grow up and you gain the maturity or some sort of experience where you gain perspective, where it's like, oh, that's not normal.
Was it a sense of? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to say, I just saw that Mark Zuckerberg was on there on Joe Rogan, and
Yeah,
I watched some of it, but then I didn't finish it, but I saw a clip from part of the part I didn't see, where he was talking about like how he didn't realize like how feminized a lot of the like corporate culture was until he started doing martial arts, and then he said like doing that like flipped a switch in his brain, and then he realized like, oh, there's like positives to masculine energy, but he didn't recognize it before. And I think that the fact is like, oh, when that's just happening on such a cultural level, it's just filtering like who's in and who's out. And so it's like we're doing worst by the guys who have who maybe probably need the most like masculine attention, and we're letting these other guys like rise to the top because they have the certain skills that allow them to navigate the way the world is now. But yeah, it's definitely it's weird. Like I have mixed feelings about that stuff. Well, I would say like I wrestled, like I loved wrestling with my friends when I was a kid. I love watching wrestling. I don't like watching like MMA because it's too real, and it really freaks me out when people are like too into it. So like I actually like the fakeness of wrestling more because I know that it's like it's more like a sport.
Yeah, it's like it's violence without conflict.
Yeah.
So much of this is like it's personal, right? Like just thinking about how I did not like wrestling because it was no conflict and all violence, and I was like, I like a little conflict in my violence. I want it to matter. I want to care about it. But and it's also weird too, just because like I don't know how valuable it even is to kind of be aware of that kind of masculine hierarchy at all times, right? There, like I feel hyper aware of it. Like whenever I walk into a room, I kind of feel like I can onto the alpha and either challenge his authority or go about my sigma schemes. But like I think I would prefer just being completely ignorant to all of that stuff. I think I would prefer just kind of going along and getting along and not having that, like, I don't know, because I just keep thinking about what Tim said. Like there has to be, which is not an exact quote, but like the idea that there has to be hills that we're willing to die on, in a sense. And as someone
Can I throw
who,
something at that?
yeah, one last thing, like,
Yeah, sure.
I felt like, especially when I was younger, I felt like every hill was a hill to die on. And so like going from like every hill being a hill to die on to like there's no hills worth dying on to like trying to find like the balance, I think is very difficult.
At least for me, like dealing with the big guy issue and all that, and bullies and just life. When I came to faith, when I came to Christ, a lot of that, to be honest with you, got taken care of. Because from my perspective, once I met God in the particular way I met him, I knew I was absolutely zero power-wise compared to him, beloved, but also beloved at the same time. And it really freed me from fear of big people. And even talking now, like 20 some years ago, I couldn't have done this at all, zero. because I'd have been in my head. Dude, I would have been I would have a mess. I couldn't. I was afraid of you. I didn't like you. I didn't like me. I was afraid of me. And then once that got sorted out, then the whole fight or flight alpha thing, it doesn't go away, but it just doesn't matter. And I try to see people. I'm allowed to see people if they're aggressive, to see past their aggressiveness, and if they're weak, to see the strength in them. You know, to see the humility in the proud and the honor in the humiliated. And it's a gift from God. I'm not, and I think it takes a little work too. If you're given that insight or His love, then you can track with it, because it's actually, I think, a shortcoming. Even to judge, for me to improperly judge people just because they're big doesn't mean they're mean. Actually, most of the big people I've met now are actually the nicer ones. Usually, it's the small ones you got to look out for, because the big ones don't need to fight, and usually they're
Well, I mean,
more mellow.
I think that's a learned response almost, because we've flipped, like, culturally, our script is flipped so against masculine energy, by labeling everything like toxic masculinity. And I think the big guys learn pretty quickly that they have to, in a sense, overcompensate behaviorally, because they are already at a disadvantage of like, they just look toxic because they're so big and scary. Like, it's definitely, like, it's weird because, like, I feel like I caught some of that stuff like in the middle of this change, and so I can see how it was different for the older generations and how it's like gotten worse for the younger generations.
Is Jeff really 6'5"? Because he doesn't,
That's a big
this.
boy.
That's a big boy. Yeah, that does not come across in his like C.S. Lewis readings.
Oh, is this Jeff P? Is that who that? Yeah, he's tall. I met him in person.
How do you read the book from all the way up there?
What's the weather like up there, Jeff?
Yeah, I was the shrimp at that that New England estuary conference I went to, pretty much. So
yeah, PVK's big. I mean, Kale looks pretty big in photos.
He's
Mark
not.
Parker, I am tall.
Mark's pretty tall. Kale's not too much taller than me. Neil's probably pretty similar.
Your forearms, Michael. Your forearms, Michael. Your forearms.
Yeah, see, we have to have different dominance hierarchy. So I lose in height, but I'm higher up in the forearms hierarchy.
You can open a pickle jar like it's nothing.
Yeah, spinach. Open up a can of spinach without a can opener. Oh man.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Luke posted on Twitter one time a photo of him and Michael Sartori, and it was very funny because overall Luke looked a little bigger than I imagine him. I think of Luke as the
Luke's way more muscly than he looks on screen.
Yeah, apparently. He's
a pretty big guy.
Yeah, Mark Parker, and the only people I've met in real life are Dave W. and Mark Parker. And Dave W. never puts his face on screen, so I won't tell you what he looks like. But yeah, Mark Parker, he's certainly bigger than he looks on screen, but I didn't find him like he's not an overwhelming presence, we'll say. Like he doesn't come across as, I think he's one of those people that doesn't come across as big as he actually is, just like in regular life.
I don't know. I'm not like so much of my friends were all taller than me growing up that now I'm like used to tall people and just used to being the short one, and just it doesn't matter anymore. So I don't notice if someone's tall unless if they're like unusually like really tall. Like yeah.
Fellas, Yeah, it's been fun talking. I got to take off. I'm still at work. I haven't left. It's been I'm going on a 12-hour day. But I got better Wi-Fi here, so I'm like, I had to say hello to the tall guy. And I don't know, just catch up.
Well, thanks for
Yeah.
hanging out, Ron.
Thanks for coming.
No, it's a pleasure. It's good seeing you. All right, bye, guys.
See you, Ron.
See you, Ron.
Be safe out there.
Yeah, my dog was getting annoyed. He was down for a nap with my wife, and then he heard me open the front door, and then he's like, I gotta get in on that action. I gotta get in on that snowy action.
Yeah, I got to take my dog out in a second.
Well, I'm feeling pretty content with this stream. Why don't we go ahead and do closing thoughts, and then I'll play the little beat I made. You know, it's sampling Michael Sartori and our very own Tuke Lompson in the chat there. So we'll start with Tim. Tim, final words, sir.
Thank you for listening. As always, a pleasure. Michael, always good to see you. Neil, always good to see you. Both very handsome men. And you as well, McMillan.
Well, I had a good time.
I do really believe in this concept of finding your inner Tom Bombadil for everyone. And I think that's women too. And anyway, I want to talk more about that at some point. So.
All right, we'll put it on the docket. Sartori, you get the last word.
No, I said I had a good time. That was my last word.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Sartori's out. Neil's out. And now it's just me on my phone. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. This has been a very long Saturday cookout. I guess it's been more of a cook-up than a cookout. But yeah, really grateful for everybody's time and attention. And we'll send it out with the, Michael Sartori and some beats. Here we go.
I know community and culture are going to play a big role in the conversation. And then cultural rebirth of some kind, things go in cycles. So all of that is very interesting.
Salience hierarchy, and is it kind of, I don't know, is it in the process of replacing, maybe the old-time religion as the more implicit religion in our society?
Okay. Thank you, Sam. Ian, what's on your mind? You haven't even pitched to us this morning, Ian. Something you'd like to colonize us with. You got that mute.
So, yeah, I'm already going to point a little bit to what Matt said. I think it's a little metagelical word that you coined. It's very apropos, and it's like, well, okay, let's see where are we going in the future. I contextualize it in terms of cultural collapse, or at least, some sort of chaos or community crisis, and then cultural rebirth of some kind. Things go in cycles. So all of that is very interesting to me. Also, and how can I participate? I am signed up to train in the estuary, so that's one place. And then I thought this morning, tell me if I'm wrong, but was it Thomas Aquinas who at a certain point just shut up? He stopped teaching, and he stopped writing, he stopped trying to somehow convey to people what the truth was. And so where do the words end? And what is all of this intellectual pontificating all that? Atheists have made fun of Christians sitting around trying to determine how many angels fit on the head of a pin. And I know community and culture are going to play a big role in that conversation.
All right. Thank you very much.
Midwest,
Jill, what's on your mind? What do you like to pitch?
I have a question. So the last thing we discussed, Iron Burners, what is actually reality?
A weekend about to miss with special guests, Kale Zelda, Paul Van Clay, Rod Drew, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, Jonathan Patrick, Midwest Tour 2025, The Fellowship on this week. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
All right, how do you do? Neil, you're not going to mute again, Ian. When your mic is open, when you're